Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. Welcome back. We are on day 9 of vibe coding while doing van life. For the past few days, we have been working on our license server, and after a great deal of thought, I've decided to pivot with it slightly, and I'm going to go into why. Someone reached out to me, Janik Builds on X. So if you're not following me on X, get on X at Zayden Ryan. And they made a really good point. Why would I use this over, say, lemon squeezy? Well, guess what? I always tell people before you build anything, go out into the real world and find out, do some research, figure out what's out there before you go build anything. Hold up, we got an issue going on here. And I'm realizing that the issue is not an issue, it's just my microphone. It looked like the screen was cracked, but this black microphone's here. Okay, so anytime you go out into the real world, and you start a new project, you should do research. Look at all your competitors, do a business model. I'm not saying you have to do a SWOT analysis, but if you really want to, you can. But at the very least, go look at what they've built, what their engineering trade-offs are that they've made, their business model trade-offs that the competitors have made. Do you even have to build something because maybe they've just built the thing that perfectly suits your needs? Well, I went out and I looked at Lemon Squeezy, and they definitely do not suit my needs. The TLDR on a lot of this is I can't beat them on price. First of all, they're owned by Stripe, so they're cheaper. If you go straight through Stripe and you use managed payments plus a Stripe account, Lemon Squeezy beats you out of the gate. You're talking like a difference of maybe like Lemon Squeezy says they charge 5% plus another 50 cents, and Stripe charges, what is it? Something like 6.4% if you use Stripe plus managed payments. And they charge another 30 cents on the transaction. And I know that's 6.4% versus 6.5%, but here's the kicker. With Stripe, you're probably paying a lot more international charges as well. So you have to think about another 1.5% for international payments. And if you want to export your money from Stripe to your bank account, you're probably paying international charges for that as well. So look, the bottom line is I'm not going to try and beat Stripe. Or I'm not going to try and beat Lemon Squeezy, which is owned by Stripe. I'm just not going to try and beat them on pricing. So what I have to do is figure out what is it Lemon Squeezy has? What are their pain points that people have using that? And I can tell you from what I found on the internet, the biggest one is probably to deal with offline validation. When you buy a macOS app and Lemon Squeezy issues you a license, every time you open your app, you're supposed to go and validate that license against Lemon Squeezy's APIs. Now, you don't have to. You can build your own, I'm at a loss for words here. You could build your own grace period to do the validation. Like, let's say your users open up your app and they're on an airplane, and the airplane has terrible internet because they haven't switched over to Starlink yet. Or maybe they don't have any internet at all. And what happens then if your app has to reach out to Lemon Squeezy to validate its license? Well, then your users can't open your app on an airplane, and that's not good. So we've already built this, right? Like, we've built the offline validation capability. We've built in grace period capability. So when you go into your product, on the product page, you can actually set the grace period. I think we've got a lot of good stuff here already laid in the framework of this thing so that we can at least offer a product that can compete at the feature level with Lemon Squeezy. Not the price level, but the feature level. Also, if you live in a country where tax compliance isn't an issue, then maybe we do beat them because you don't need to use managed payments. Or maybe you're already using Stripe's tax product, which does tax compliance, and you already have all that figured out, and you already have your own Stripe account. Maybe you're a company that has a team of accountants and you don't need to use managed payments. Then we beat them, right? Because now you're not paying that extra few percentage points that they charge you for managed payments. But I'm not going to get into that. I think what I want to get into today is that in the past, I've been building this app for myself. I did not build this for other people. But then I started down that path because I just feel like if I'm going to build this for someone else, then I will put more effort into polishing it and making it good. And I want it the best it can be for me to use it, which means it also needs to be best for you to use it as well. And I always figured maybe what I would do is just use Stripe Connect and allow users to have a Stripe Connect account. So I have a Stripe account, you have a Stripe account, we use Stripe Connect, and when someone buys your macOS app, the money gets transferred from the buyer to you, the seller, and maybe I take like $1 out of that transaction just to cover the costs of bandwidth on the server, storing all the license records, your user records, all that kind of stuff. But Stripe Connect does not work with managed payments, which is a huge bummer. I don't know if that's because tax compliance is so complex when you become a platform, which we do not want to be a platform. I do not want to deal with other people's chargeback issues. I do not want to be their merchant of record. I'm not trying to get into that business. This is purely a way for you as maybe an indie developer to go out and have a nice landing page for your app that you don't have to worry about hosting, and people can check out from that landing page and pay for your app, and you'll automatically then have the license delivered to your customer when they purchase the product. Now, if you go out and you search Google, there are ways to do this. I found tons of articles where people have set all this up with GitHub. You can cut releases with GitHub. You can store your releases in GitHub, deliver them over Appcast. You could have a GitHub action that actually just regenerates the Appcast XML and puts it into a public GitHub folder with your release. You can do that. So the Sparkle update stuff, you could do that if you want. You can do it that way. And you probably should do it that way. But if you're someone who doesn't want to have to deal with setting up GitHub actions and all that, fine. But that's only part of the problem. The other half is charging and selling your product. So now you have to set up a landing page, right? And you have to make it look good. And you have to put your app on there. And then you have to add some other stuff on top of it. So now someone comes and they buy your product, you have to watch out for the new customers, so you make sure to email them their license code or something. Or maybe you set up some Cloudflare workers that do this for you. Get the Stripe webhook, it emails them the license code. Maybe you just generate a one-time off code and you put the generator in the app, and you hope that no one tries to extract the generator so they can distribute your app around. Unlimited codes like everyone did in the 90s. I don't know. I do know that we are on day 8. Day 9. I have been working on this for about a week now. And I can tell you there are a lot of nuances. And I think if you're a macOS app developer, You probably just want to focus on your macOS app, because I know I do. I just want to get back to working on the macOS app. Did this side quest, and every day I'm kicking myself saying I should have just used something like Lemon Squeezy or Paddle and started building my macOS app, but I didn't. Now I have sunk cost fallacy where I am going to continue building this license app server until it's in the place where I like it and it is good for me to use. And then if you guys want to use it too, you can. So how am I going to solve this problem with Stripe and people needing to be able to use Stripe managed payments? We're not a marketplace. We don't want to be a marketplace. So therefore, we need to figure out the best way to handle this. What's that going to be? Okay, here's what I've come up with. All we are really is a way for you to have a landing page. This isn't like a platform where you can go and discover new macOS apps. In fact, I've explicitly written code so that people can't just iterate over our product and find all the apps that are being served up, right? We don't want people to be able to do that. We don't want them to be able to like easily iterate through all the appcast XMLs and just start downloading all the apps. We don't want that. We don't want to be a platform. We don't want to be a macOS app store. There's already an app store for you to go discover apps on. Now, so how are we going to solve this problem? Well, you're going to create a Stripe account. You're going to manage your own Stripe account. It's not that hard, especially since they've integrated AI with this stuff now. You can have your AI straight up you can ask it to do things like go and set up a webhook for you. And it can do those kind of things. Not that you need the AI, because they have a really nice dashboard. You click, it creates a webhook. You put the URL in where you want it to go to. It gives you a token. And then you put the token in. And now you have webhooks going wherever you want. Like license.dev, which is going to be able to take that new customer purchase record. And it's going to send out the license. Hey, we got a new guy in here. Simon Michaels. What's going on, man? All right. I don't want to get too far in the weeds because I've been thinking about this a lot. And I think what we should do is really just prompt the agent to start fixing this stuff. What's going on? For some reason, I can't get in X Live Studio, so unfortunately, I can only read the chat messages in there. Can't actually see anything. The studio isn't working. I don't know why. But let's continue on. I can see your messages. Simon, I see you're here. Welcome. Well, let's get going. Okay. So here is the idea, right? You manage your own Stripe account. I'm not going to do that for you. I will give you instructions in our product page for how to take your Stripe account, configure it, set up the webhooks. You are going to also create a URL via a Stripe hosted checkout page that you will then put into license.dev. So when people click checkout or buy your app, it will open that up. They'll go through the whole Stripe flow. Stripe, if they purchase, will send us back a webhook to license.dev, notifying us that someone purchased with their information. We will then take that, send them their license. And it's that easy. Then I'm going to add all of this crazy features that I just posted into a post on X, which if you go on my profile right now, you probably see it on there. I cooked up a lot of thoughts. That's why I wasn't streaming most of the day today, and I'm getting started late. I wanted to figure out what are the differentiators? How can I make this thing better? One thing I could probably start with is flipping my camera back. There we go. How can we make this better than what other products are offering out there that are probably going to be cheaper? Which I've already gotten into. So let's get started. Okay. I think what we need to do first is we need to tell the AI that we're pivoting. And we need to give it some instructions on the things that we want to start pivoting on. Let's start there. And I really hope this stream is going out on X because it's currently not. It looks like it's live. It looks like it's live. I think we're live. Just the creator dashboard that isn't working. All right, so let's do this. I think what we should do is probably, like, I'm looking over this massive X post, and I think the first thing that we need to do is get the app to pivot. So yesterday I spent, after we ran out of Codex tokens, I spent some time having GLM 5.2 run. It implemented a bunch of things, and then I had GPT 5.5 go back and review all the things that had changed since the commit that I started using GLM 5.2 on. And basically it found a whole bunch of things and then brought up a whole bunch of things that GLM 5.2 did not think through. GLM 5.2 is just a straight shooter. It is an executor. It will do what you tell it. But I wanted GPT 5.5 to go through a whole bunch of things, including, like, how does caching work? Should we allow users to upload releases? We really want to be serving tons and tons of bandwidth from our Headsnip server. No, I really don't want to be in that business. I'm building this so I can sell my macOS apps, not so you guys can have some place to host your stuff. But I did figure out, I think, a really good game plan. So the first thing was, one, you can bring your own URL for your release. If you want to drop your release in, say, Amazon S3, Dropbox, your iCloud account, you want to drop it into your GitHub account on a release page, wherever you want to put it, that's fine. You're just going to put the release URL into license.dev. I'm going to even make an API for it so that you can easily update that when you cut new releases. And what we're going to do before we go any further is we are going to add that to our to-do list, because I just realized I want to do that. All right, so we have this stuff that I took notes on. We'll just go down here. We'll start some more notes. Okay. Let's put one right here. Make it so the user can easily send an update to their product page with a new release URL when they cut a release, so that they could have something like get a GitHub action that automatically cuts the release in GitHub and then posts to our API with the new release URL to update the release, which will then update the appcast XML for that product. Okay. Not adcast. No. We're doing appcast. Okay. Now, we should probably make sure to guard that with, like, a token, like an API token or something, so that they just put that into their GitHub secrets, so that other people can't come along and update that without proper authorization of that token. Boom. Okay, let's not token. I think it thinks I'm like a hippie van lifer or something. Who knows? Token. All right. So what's up next here? Now that we have that to do, we could have it do that right now. That's actually pretty easy. I might have GLM do that later. I don't want to burn expensive tokens on that. I want to get it pivoting to our new way that this whole thing is going to work. So let's just like talk to it for a while. Okay, so we recently discovered that Stripe Connect doesn't work with managed payments, and we now have a hard invariant that managed payments are required to be able to be used on these Stripe accounts. So what we're going to do here is we are going to have users be able to use their own Stripe accounts. I've done a bit of research already on how we're going to do this, and I'm going to give that to you below. I actually just had like ChatGPT Pro and the web UI go through and figure out the best way to do this. I basically just explained it to you guys how it's going to work, but I'm just going to paste the ChatGPT response in here and see what it comes up with. What I want you to do is review the current specs that we have because they're probably going to need to be updated. And I also want you to maybe create a new spec for this. But we just also want to make sure that the old specs don't become outdated with this new way of how we're going to handle this. So what you'll find in the following is that users are going to be able to use their own Stripe accounts. They'll have to set up webhooks for when someone purchases back to our license.dev server domain. And they will also have to set up Stripe payment links and paste that payment link in so that on their macOS app landing page, when someone clicks buy, it takes them to the Stripe payment link. Takes them to restrict payment. No. Stripe payment link. It's amazing like how terrible this Apple dictation model is, and yet the AI still sometimes knows what I'm talking about. Okay, so that's generally the idea, I think, of what we're going to be doing here. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to tell the agent to create a goal for this because it's pretty in depth. I want you to create a goal to work on this. The goal must include some of the details about what needs to be done, but it should include the new spec that you're going to create, or at least the file path to that spec. It should also include writing tests, updating existing tests, making sure that all the tests pass, and we'll probably need to start doing some sort of validation to ensure that this flow works properly. We'll probably also need to update the license app pages to include some sort of documentation so that the users know how to go and set this up when they create a new product in their Stripe account. They'll need to know how to create the Stripe payment links. They'll need to know how to set up the webhooks and all of that kind of stuff. Do not mark this goal complete until all of these things are 100% proven that they're done. Till you have proven 100% that they're done. And basically what me saying this in the goal does is now The agent's probably just going to keep like a checklist of things, and it's going to record like a line of evidence saying, oh, I wrote this test that does this thing. And it helps drive the goal I've found. So let's see what it comes up with. Before we get too crazy here, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to record our new get hash. This has been kind of nice to be able to know, like, oh, I'm working on this new like area of stuff. So right here, I'm going to put it in here. We're going to just stick that hash in there. We're going to say like migration to new Stripe. Actually, that's really just like should be a to-do, honestly. All right, so let's get cooking. While that's going, I am going to chat with you guys some more. How's everyone doing out there today? It's good. Nice. I'm wondering, is Live Studio broken for anyone else? Creator Studio? Just doesn't want to load for me at all, and I'm wondering if it's going to mess up the stream, so it won't load. I'm just looking here on X, and it looks like other people are running into this issue too. Cool. So I'm going to... Okay, so let's see what it's doing. Just make sure it's on track. Oh, you know what I completely forgot to do before we started this? Hold on, guys. Give me 1 minute. Alright, we're back. I'm not the only person who lives in this van, and if you are just tuning in, we are streaming to live from inside a van in the middle of the woods. This thing is running completely off solar, and I am streaming over a Starlink Mini to you. In fact, you know what we forgot to do today? Was our power check. Let's do a quick power check before we start the stream up. As you can see, this van runs on 48 volt and 12 volt power. We are at 48 volt and we are at 77.6% 12 volts. But we are currently taking in about 111 amps at 12 volt. So I think we're good to go. That's from the solar power. All right, so I think we'll have enough to get through this stream. We should probably run out of tokens before we run out of power. Let's get back to it. Now, I want to make sure that this AI is not going off the rails here. And I'm realizing also that my lighting is really off. Okay, so let's go through everything in here and see where we are at, shall we? So we prompted the agent to go through and start this pivot to a new way of having sellers be able to charge for their products. It's going to be a little bit more of like a effort on the seller's part to configure, but I think it's also good. I remember when early on I was doing some Ruby on Rails development for this new startup that we had been working on for quite some time, and at this point we had been using like Heroku to actually serve up this app that had 8 million users on it, and it got to a point though where we were like using like Circle CI or something, and we wanted our own servers to run the CI on, and this is like not something a lot of people are doing unless you had your own entire hosted solution. So it was really nice when we found something that allowed us to bring our own servers and have more control. And I think that I could have built this two ways. I could have done it where like my business becomes the merchant of record and I handle all the same stuff like Lemon Squeezy does, but I don't want to do that. I also think this is better because anyone now can bring their own Stripe account. Like if you already have a Stripe account, and let's say you're doing like millions of dollars in revenue, and you've negotiated a really good rate with Stripe, or you have all your Stripe radar stuff already set up for your fraud analysis, and you know Stripe has this whole ecosystem of products built around it. You can use all those things now. You can manage your own Stripe account. You just bring it along for the ride, and we'll process the payments through it. I think this is going to be a good one. So this is what we got the AI working on. This is GPT 5.5 on X-High thinking mode. Lucky, what's going on? Welcome back. Trying to think about what the next thing is that I should do. So while this is working, we can start planning on the next few things. Let's say it goes through and it just one-shots this whole migration over to our new Stripe model. What's the thing we should do after that? Well, I should probably validate that it works. So let's get some to-dos in here. Alright, so we want to validate the new Stripe payments method. And the nice thing is, since we're not using Stripe Connect, I can actually use the Stripe sandbox to test this. For those who don't know, the Stripe sandbox is like you go into your Stripe account and you can create these sandboxes, and they're basically like real Stripe accounts, except that you can use like the fake credit card numbers and stuff that Stripe has, and it will actually emit the webhooks and everything like a normal Stripe account will when things are processed. They even have different credit card numbers that trigger different payment errors, so you can like try all the different cases, like maybe like a card's declined and your app maybe needs to handle that to like reprompt them for a different card or something. So it's really awesome. The Stripe people have done an absolutely amazing job of building that sandbox out. So we'll probably do that, and then I had some other things. I made some notes. Couldn't sleep last night after drinking coffee at 4 o'clock yesterday. Let's see if I have anything in my notes. Right. Okay, so one of the things that I want to do is I want to make it so that users on our platform can actually roll out their releases to like a smaller group, so that maybe your app has some back-end infrastructure thing. Like maybe you're using like Subbase or you're using like Planet Scale DB, or maybe you have like APIs, or maybe you just want to like try your app out on a smaller group of people before you launch to all of your users and get like feedback or something, right? So what I want to do is make it so that our server can properly, from day one, group users into buckets. And then what we'll do is when a user says, oh, I only want to turn this release on to like 5% of the users, then that way we only like turn on one of the buckets or something. And the reason I'm calling them buckets is, because one, I don't want to be in the business. Well, let's get into this. I don't want every single app that opens up to have to hit my database, to have to hit my server, so that I don't want to incur the bandwidth costs. I don't want to imagine someone says 10 million licenses, right? I hope this happens for you if you're a macOS developer. I hope your app goes ultra viral, someone comes along, and one day you have 10 million licenses that you've sold. That could be a huge problem for most developers, because there's platforms like Lemon Squeezy that they charge through. And I was looking at the Lemon Squeezy API documentation, and every time you open your app, you're supposed to like reach out to Lemon Squeezy, and Lemon Squeezy then like validates your license key, which we're not doing. We have offline validation. But their API for that only allows for 60 requests per second. And if you have 1 million users on your app in one day, I can guarantee you but there's probably more than 60 of them opening their app in a minute, in a second, 60 per second. Anyway, they're going to hit some rate limits, right? And that's like terrible user experience for someone to open their app and it to just not load because of some third-party platform that you sold your app through, like can't handle your request to like validate the license. So we have proper like encryption certificates that can be validated offline. So what I want to do is fix the appcast XML. My thinking is that the appcast XML is going to be public. And by it being public means I can easily cache it. The downside of that is someone then has the URL to like go and download your release, which kind of sucks because I was really hoping to guard that so that if you request the appcast URL, you have to like pass, like the app would have to pass its validation certificate, its license certificate signature, and then that way they can't even like request the download URL. They don't even know what the download URL is without having a proper license, but it also means I can't cache that. And these apps, you have millions and millions of them opening up all day long. Every time they open up or every hour they might reach out and look for new updates. So they're going to be requesting that XML document. So I need to be able to cache it. And unfortunately, to cache it, that means you can't authorize it. So that's part of what we did. And that's not to say that I still can't guard it, okay? What I ended up doing was the actual download URL can be guarded and validated and authorized. So the user can constantly, the app can constantly like request to say, hey, is there an update? Is there an update? All these apps can open and see if there's an update. But in that URL where it says, oh, here's the new release, now they have to pass their authentication. So really what might end up happening is users only, like all they could maybe really get is the metadata. Oh, there is a new release, which is fine. That doesn't seem like it needs to be guarded. If you provide your own URL though, then I don't really have a way of guarding that. I suppose you could provide a URL that is behind like a Cloudflare worker or something, and then you could authenticate that URL. Like I could pass the certificate through and you could authenticate the URL that way. But if you use the release method where you just upload your binary to, no, not even that. Actually, I do have it both ways. I already did implement that. I take it back. If you provide your own URL or you upload your own binary, you can toggle on the release URL guard. And then my server will check and validate that you have a proper certificate before giving you the download URL. I forgot that I did that. I did that last night off stream. So we should probably, I think that's tested, but we should probably test it. Okay. Let's see what else. Oh, I was getting back to the appcast thing. Okay. So now that I've explained how we're doing the appcast XML stuff, if each product only has one appcast XML, then what happens is you're going to end up with users all fetching the same appcast XML. So an app might open up, it might see there's a new release, and then it's going to try and download it with Sparkle. But that's not good, because we want to enable the feature where only a certain smaller portion of the users that have valid licenses, we only want some smaller group to be able to see that there's a new release. Which means we have to serve up different appcast XMLs for each of the groups. So what I came up with was this idea. I want to implement this new feature. I want to make it so that releases can be rolled out to some percentage of users. Do that. You can bucket users into different appcast URLs. Maybe group. Let's see. And group 1 to 12. We'll watch this. We can create we want to create 20 groups. 20 groups would allow you to set 5%. So you could say only roll this out to 5% of my users, 10%. Like the granularity is going to be about 5% with 20 groups. It's 100% divided by 20 is 5. That'll work. I think that's a good number. I don't know why someone would be like, oh, I only want to roll out to 1%, 0.01%. I think this is fine. Okay, so we would create 20 groups, but not real groups with records. I think that's important. Based on their license key or something. So what I'm thinking is we take some like bits from the license key and then like modulo it into the groups. Because the license keys or like the machine hash should be, well, that would be stable. Let's keep going. It said, I suppose their purchase email wouldn't change. So we just shot 256 that or something, modulo some bytes, bin them into the 20 groups. Okay. So let's say you have some like stable identifier like the customer's email. We hash the email, so it creates a fixed length hash. Then we grab either like the first big endian or little endian bits. That produces a number. And we modulo that into one of the 20 groups. So they get binned into one of the 20 groups. I think that'll work. I'm building this entire thing live on stream. I am giving all the secrets away. If you want to go rip this product off just by watching this stream, you could totally do that. Or you could come work with me on this and we could have fun doing it together. Drop in the stream, give me your suggestions, and let's build it together. I guarantee if you watch this stream, you're going to get some serious computer science concepts. Okay. Let's see. Then they'll be given their certificate and their appcast URL. Okay, so right now I think what happens is pretty sure we put the appcast URL into the config, which gets created as part, it's assigned into the application. Yeah, that's not running. It's still going. So I'm pretty sure that's what happens. Well, let's look. Actually, we have it right here. So we have a server URL for this. Let's see it. All right, so in the config right now, we have the server URL that it reaches out to. Problem, I think, is that, yeah, we basically put the appcast URL for that product into the configuration. We basically are pinning it in the app, which is a good thing because it means that someone else can't come along and change that to point to a different place and force an update on you that you don't really want to have. That's just good security practice. You gotta think about that. So they're giving back their certificate. And maybe they're maybe we just do it in app. So the app already has its certificate. It could hash its certificate, know what group it's in, and include that in the URL. Or maybe we do this in our library so that the library basically figures out what group they belong in based on their certificate. I wonder if maybe what we should do is include their email in like the metadata of their certificate. Is that even possible? Because then we could hash the email so that's stable at least. What I don't want to happen is that someone who has the software licensed to multiple machines only have like one of the machines update. We want all of a buyer's machines to be able to update at the same time. So they all need to be in the same group, which means we need to be able to like hash that buyer's email and create a stable group identifier based on that email. Then we would just update the appcast URL. Let's see. something like this. Something like this to this. That's the updates product. Root. Problem is then the client's figuring out what group it should belong in. We're also signing the app with this code in it, so it's not like it would be modified. And if they did try to run it modified, then Apple's gonna like display a warning. Worst case scenario, someone like gets into a group they're not supposed to be in, and it allows them to maybe get the app earlier. They would also have to know which group is the one that's being allowed in right now. I don't think it's really gonna like matter that much. I don't think people are gonna dig into it that much. Okay. I kind of hate this URL. I didn't realize that it made it just updates. I feel like it should be like the product, our product ID. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna actually tell it this. So I actually kind of hate this URL route that we've come up with. I think we should follow standard Rails CRUD operations. So I think what we should do is this should actually be more like the URL should probably be more like products. This product. And then updates. Actually, it would be we wouldn't have releases in it, right? We'd have like releases. It could work. It's kind of gnarly because you're kind of indicating that the group number is the release number. Group releases, and there we go. Yeah, I kind of like that better. It's not great, but I think it gives us a little more flexibility. I put original email of the buyer because I suppose at some point in the future we'll want to add something where people can like transfer their email to a new user, like a new transfer their license to a new email or something. All right. That makes sense. I think that's good. Okay, so that'll be like the next thing that we prompt the agent with. Let's take that one, put that there as priority. You know what? Let's just do this. Let's call it update submit. Let's do that. Yeah, it seems good. All right, what's next on our list here? So I think one of the things we want to do is we want to add a pro plan for users that are going to get some extra features. So if someone does want to pay monthly, we could do something like provide analytics so they know how many of their users have upgraded maybe to the new release. I don't like the idea of the app like opening up and sending off some thing that's like, I'm doing these things with the app. Like, that's too big brothery. Like, there's tons of macOS analytics things out there. If you really want an analytics company, you can do that. I mean, you could even do this sort of thing that I'm about to do through that analytics stuff, probably. So maybe it's not even useful. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are most people that are like writing their apps already paying for some sort of analytics solution? Like, do you already know what release your users are on every time they open the app? We really want to add this in. So my thinking was, because we know when a user is like downloading the app, then we could assume that they are on the new version. And that might be nice to go with like their on their dashboard, so that maybe if they're only sending out the update to so many users, then they can see how many people have actually updated, instead of assuming it's like 5% have updated. You know, you might open it up to 5% and only like 1% have actually installed the update. But even then, you might just use your native analytics product that you have for your CDP or whatever you're using, like Segment or High Touch or something. Or I'm sure there's like a native Mac OS one, or like one that specifically targets app developers. Sentry maybe or something. Although Sentry's probably more for errors, I believe. Oh, what should we do with this? Maybe we don't do this. If you would like this feature and you think it'd be worth paying $5 a month for, let me know. Basically, it would allow you to see how many like requests have come into those download URLs, and we would authenticate it with their current certificate. So what we could do is even like keep track of a given customer, what release they, like the last release they requested was. So you could get an idea of the distribution of the users and what releases they're on. We just put that into the nice to haves. What one thing that I definitely wanted to add, I think we should have like a fallback appcast URL. So if for some reason, I don't know, I die and now no one can get access to their uh or like I don't know, the data center that our uh server is running in gets bombed or something. I mean I have backups in other regions around the world, but I just think it'd be better if we had some sort of fallback appcast, so that maybe what we do is like the app keeps track of um maybe we don't even do it. Maybe we just have like a fallback appcast where if for some reason the normal appcast URL is not able to be hit, then the app also tries the fallback appcast URL. And what I'm thinking is, like, if you are a macOS app developer, you probably have your own domain for your app, and you're probably going to point that domain at our landing page. Um, then you could also do like your domain slash appcast XML, or like fallback appcast XML, and our library should automatically try and hit that appcast XML, that fallback one, if it can't hit the main one. And then that way, if for some reason a developer ever wanted to push out a new update, all they would have to do is point that to wherever they want, and now the app would get updated. At that point, like their update could include like removing the licensed dev uh, library, and they could like easily migrate to a new service provider or something that helps them sell their licenses. I know I haven't even launched this yet, and I'm like adding all these features that make it super easy for people to leave our platform. But I don't care. I want them to be able to do that. Yeah, so I think what we would probably also do is on the product page, um, instruct them to set the fallback appcast URL for them to use if like they ever wanted to migrate off our product and for some reason our product appcast URL is no longer available. And they should probably set that like in their DNS records so that it's like fallback appcast dot example.com or something like that. So they have like a subdomain it points to. Doesn't have to like explicitly be a /appcast.xml file. But I don't know if Sparkle explicitly has to request the appcast.xml file. You should find out if Sparkle has to explicitly request the appcast.xml file, or if they could just make that like the index page. Nah, let's not do that. And then provide them with instructions to be like, oh, only ever set this if you want to, only ever set this on your DNS server if you want to migrate off of our platform and push out a new update that doesn't require our platform. Doesn't require that platform using license.dev as their appcast. I think most people, what they do in this situation is they probably like cut a new release and then put it on their website and like tell their customers to just download the new release or something. But I'm gonna make it easy for people. So if they want to get off our platform, they can export all their data super easily. They can just update like their domain with this fallback appcast. They can push out the new update that doesn't have our library in it, and now they can like do their licensing and everything the way they want. Okay. So what's next? So that, I think we want that in there. You know what's one thing I really think I completely forgot to do at this point? We need to make sure that when a customer purchases a license and like the Stripe workflow goes through and the Stripe webhook is submitted to our server and we verified that the purchase like completed, then what we need to do at that point is send them an email, maybe with like their license in it, or a link back to our website that has the instructions for how to get their license. Both well, I think we send them like the license key that they can then use to activate their product, but that is for the online mode. So we also need to make sure that we have their ability for them to do that via the offline mode, which is why we maybe email them that license key, but then also be like, here's a link to how to do it with offline mode. And that will take them to the authenticated portal on our website where they will see their license key, but also like the steps that they need to perform to authenticate for offline mode. We definitely also need to make sure that they are able to download the app after purchasing it. So the initial email that we send with the license should have a link to download the app that they purchased. And we should probably also display the current like release download link on their like license purchase portal page, so when they log in they can easily see the link to like download the current app the same from the same place that like they would download the updates from. Been so focused on like verifying everything and didn't completely forgot to be like, oh yeah, you can actually download the product that you paid for. Oh man. Let's put that way up at the top. So this is still going. Yeah, so you can see it created a proof matrix of the things where it like grabs proof that there's a test that verifies like the thing that I asked them to do is done. Never tell them how to do proof. I just tell them I want proof. And it figures out the way it needs to do that. Okay. Need to make sure that when a customer purchases a license, Stripe workflow goes through the Stripe web it's made to our server. Purchase as the details on Stripe. Webhook. And what we need to do is at that point is send the customer email. Or a link back to our website. Product. Just say and it. That's better. Instructions for how to get the license. Activate the product that is for. So we also need to make sure that we have the offline mode. Why maybe this is also include structs. activate it in offline mode. That will take them to the authenticated portal on the website. They'll see the license key, but also steps that they need to perform to authenticate or offline mode. This also makes me realize that I think we're hashing the license key like it's some big secret, but really a user should be able to use a license key to register multiple machines. So it's not really like a big secret. I can imagine that if they go to our website, want to like show their license key so that they can activate another machine, like we should still show it. Which means we probably don't want to hash it on our database. We could just store the license key in plain text in our database. Like it's a randomly generated number. It's not a secret that needs to be encrypted. It's not a number. Okay. What else we got? Also, we probably need to add to the demo app a section for offline activation so that someone could go through and test the offline activation flow. Because I think right now the demo app only works with the online activation flow. That's important. So I think that our biggest differentiator between platforms like Lemon Squeezy and us is that we have full offline activation. Not just, oh, your certificate works and we validate it every time you start your app securely with like cryptographically, but also you can register a device that has never been unplugged into the internet and is completely air gapped from the internet. Like maybe you download the app onto like a USB stick or a floppy drive or something. Probably not a floppy drive. A USB stick, you plug it into your air gapped machine, you install the app. The app never actually has to reach out to the server over the internet to register because we have an offline activation flow where the user can then come in, put their certificate in. Actually, I think they would have to sign something, go back. No, they should be able to get a certificate that they just put on and it should work. I think for offline activation mode, we probably should require that licenses are unlimited use. Not unlimited use, but like they don't expire. I just think it would be really annoying to have an app that expires like monthly and have to go through that flow of downloading your certificate every month and putting it in your offline machine. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about that at the moment. Well, if someone sets a product up that way, like they're only dooming themselves. Maybe I'll put like a warning there or something. I think we should also make sure that on the product page we have a warning to users so that they don't accidentally set a license situation where they would require people to do an offline activation flow like monthly Instead, I feel like if someone is selling a software license, they should probably just by default, and we should probably make this the default on our product page, make it so that the license never expires, the certificate that we generate never expires, or at least make it so the certificate expires like once a year, so that someone who's has a completely offline air gapped machine who's going through the offline activation flow only has to do it once a year. And maybe like we just show on the product page, if they set it to less than once a year, like maybe like a little warning or something, warning them that it could be a bad user experience to make someone do an offline activation flow like every 30 days. I feel like my speech dictation stuff used to be way better. I don't understand what happened. Apple came out with like some new update that I installed the other day, and now none of the words are being dictated properly. I have to switch back to Parakeet. NVIDIA Parakeet is like a model that you can run locally, and it does the voice, the speech to text, which is what we're using. And I switched to the Apple native speech to text model because it was faster and it was better. But lately it's been messing up so much. And I don't know if that's because I'm using my microphone and maybe that model was only trained on audio that comes through the Apple machine. Don't know. Just know that it's been producing garbage lately. Okay. Was there anything else thoughts that I had last night? I think that's probably good for now. So if we can get the new Stripe stuff done, and like the payment method that way, then we could go through and test that too. But I have 1, 2, 3, 4 more things that we need the AI to go through and do. It's still doing the first one that I gave it an hour and a half ago. Oh boy. So if you've been watching the stream lately, you'll go back and you can watch it and you'll see that we were doing about 28 tokens per second. Pull this up here so you can see it. So we were doing about 28 tokens per second, and I had fast mode enabled for OpenAI GPT's fast mode. And I turned that off last night because I was like, why would I run this thing overnight on fast mode? And now I'm getting 31.4 tokens per second. But before I was paying 2x the tokens, I think, for 1.5x speed. But I'm actually getting faster result not using fast mode. I don't know if that's because everyone's on fast mode or something. Or maybe the extension that I'm using for fast mode is just broken with Pi. Don't know. We seem to be using tokens a lot less. But it also does seem to be kind of slow, doesn't it? If I reload. Oh, no, if I reload, that's going to kill my agent. Okay, I'll just not do that. So if we go check it out, let's see if it started the app up or anything. Nope. We're still on the same build. Have you guys seen the build change? Alright, I need a minute to think instead of entertain and talk, because I want to make sure I got all the stuff that I wanted to do into my to-do list. So let's think about this. I think that one of the things I want to do at some point, not now, because this doesn't really make sense to do, because I have no intention of making this thing SOC 2 Type 2 compliant, or even SOC 2 Type 1 compliant. And any enterprise is going to require that. But I do think it would be kind of cool, like, let's say you have, I don't know, 10,000 employees at your company, and you decide to purchase 1,000 licenses. It'd be really awesome if we could make it so that anyone who loads up the app that's part of like an organization could like request a license from the pool. And maybe that license only gets checked out for like 24 hours or something. And then that way it like gets put back automatically. So if you work for that company and you say, open up, I've seen this before, like Photoshop or IntelliJ, you know, like they have their IDEs. You have like this pool of licenses, and as a developer, you like open up IntelliJ, and it grabs one of the enterprise licenses from your pool, and then you can use it for so long before it puts it back, like your license expires. And then that way an organization could buy like 1,000 licenses, and any employee of the company could go and like grab one when they need it. And it would be as simple as you open the app. If you're an employee of the company and you're like in that group, then you get that license, right? Maybe we'd have like a group license, and that like gives you access to the pool. I think this would be a really cool feature to have. But I also think that anyone who purchases that is going to require their vendors to have like SOC 2 Type 2 compliance. And I don't want to go through that stuff. When I've made $0 on this thing, and it's like tens of thousands of dollars to get compliance for certification. Which I've gone through before with other stuff. But it could also be cool, like let's say you're a startup and you have, you know, 10 employees. and you only buy like 5 licenses or something, and then maybe like one of your employees quits, and you want to like easily move that license back over to someone else, like you have to like now go into our dashboard, deactivate that employee's machine, so that the license basically returns, and then you could like activate it on a different machine. But having the pool thing would it would be like automatic, because the license would automatically expire every 24 hours or something, or 8 hours, or whatever you'd want it to be, a week, I don't know. That might be just like a nice to have feature. Again, we could do the analytics stuff, but now that I'm thinking about that more, there's already analytics platforms, and they can easily just say this is the release I'm on as part of their analytics event that they emit. We could implement like a webhook where we push out your customer information to somewhere. So let's say you don't want to like connect your Stripe account or something to a CDP or like an email platform. If there's like a popular email platform or like a CDP like Segment or High Touch or something, we could push out, I could like send a webhook when a customer pays. So like the webhook would come in from Stripe, we would update the stuff in our database, assign the licenses, whatnot, but then also emit another webhook back out to somewhere. We could even emit a webhook out to somewhere with like how many licenses are activated. But again, in theory, you could just straight up emit that from your analytics platform. Assuming you're using one, maybe people don't, I don't know. Definitely still gonna implement the slow rollouts then. I think that's important. So if you're wondering what the AI is doing right now, it is currently going through, and I gave it this reviewer skill. So anytime it changes like a substantial part of the code, it has to spawn a new reviewer and tell it, like, I changed this thing, like here's the goal of what we're supposed to be doing. Go review the code, see if I accomplished what I'm doing. Like it's basically being like a judge, and then it comes back with its findings. And by having a separate reviewer and a fresh context to it, we often find better things. Like things that should have been done or the AI didn't consider when it was doing the initial implementation. Let's see. You already have the ability to do a full export of all your data. So if you're a macOS developer and you want to get off of our platform, you can easily like click that button. It'll generate an export of all your data. We'll email you when it's done. But we also, like in the previous one of the other days of the stream, we set up like webhooks, not webhooks, WebSockets. So like that button automatically gets updated the instant the job is done building the zip file of your export data. So we already did that. I think we're in like a really good place. I think what we got to do is finish these last items, and then the other stuff is like nice to haves. And I don't think I'm going to implement the analytics things unless someone comes back and tells me they would want to pay like a $5 monthly subscription or something to know how many users are on a given release they have. Because now I'm thinking through that more, like there's already so many analytics tools that do this stuff. All right, so let's see what the reviewer found. Look at that. I found 7 things. And if I hadn't spawned that reviewer, I probably would have went through, manually tested the app and found it. This workflow is super powerful. Best part about living in a van is you can reach everything in the van when you're sitting in the middle of it, including your coffee pot. If you're just tuning in, we are building a macOS app license server. You can think about it as a way to easily get a landing page for your macOS app that you want to sell. Easily set it up so that you can sell your macOS app. This thing will automatically generate a new license key for your users, email them the license key. They can manage the license key through it. You can do things like allow them to use that license key on multiple machines, register each machine to the key. We offer offline validation, so your users can open their macOS app on an airplane with terrible internet, and it will still work, unlike some of the other popular platforms out there that require you to make a request to their API every time your users open the app, which also, by the way, is kind of a dark pattern. If you think about it, these companies that are out there issuing these licenses and doing the validation on their server every time know exactly how many users you have. They know when your users are opening your app. So now it's like every time, not only is when I'm purchasing an app, but some third-party Stripe company also now knows every time I open that app, every time I use that app, Stripe could in theory go through all the software. I don't think they would do this, but they could go through all the software they've sold through Lemon Squeezy, and they would know what the most popular softwares are out there that are making the most money and recreate those apps. They totally could. They have the data to do that. Because they know when you open the app, since you have to reach back out to the server to say, hey, it's a valid license every single time the app is open. So not only they know like how much the app is being sold for and how much its licenses sold, they also know, is it actually still being used daily? With license.dev, I do not want it to have to reach out daily to validate the license. Seller of the macOS app can specify how long a license is valid for before it has to be rotated, and the buyer has to request a new one by rotating it through the platform and the library in the app. And I kind of want to make it so the default is like a year or maybe unlimited. Because you know what? I don't want apps to constantly reach out to my server saying, hey, I need a new license because the one that you issued me a month ago is expired. The only reason you'd ever do that is so that if a license gets leaked on the internet, it can't just be used for every single app. But in theory, if you also knew that a license was leaked on the internet, you could just recode your app so that there's a block list of licenses, and you could be like, push out a new update now, and that license would be blocked in the future. So there are like ways of handling this without having to require licenses expire. But I also don't want to make that decision for every single seller of a macOS software. I don't think I'm the best person to decide the best way for their business model to work or how they want it to work. So I'm going to give them the options to set that themselves. And I'm doing it from a van in the middle of the woods. I haven't mentioned that already, which I know I have. Everyone's got to have a shtick, you know? That's mine. I live in the van in the middle of the woods. Pretty soon, when we are in a awesome place without bears, I'm going to do some live streaming from outside. And you guys will get to see what it's like to vibe code while doing van life in the outdoors. Because I know there is a lot of you stuck inside at your desk day in and day out, looking out that window and wondering what is going on in the world out there, while I sit here and watch my AI write code. Because that was me. Until I moved into a van. If you haven't already, go and subscribe to me on YouTube. We're on Twitch. If you're watching from a different platform, subscribe on X. They're all at Zayden Ryan. YouTube, Twitch, X, TikTok. I don't know. That could ruin my soul. That could hurt my soul. But I might put some videos on TikTok. We'll see. It says now running our linters to ensure that the Ruby code that it wrote is not slop. You never know what level of technicality to stream this at would be. Now, should I explain how linters can help you work with your teammates and ensure that your code all follows the same conventions? Or do you all already know that? Maybe you've already watched one of these streams and now you know that because I said it. All right, who's been paying attention? Is the AI created a new build yet? Has it actually tested the demo app? Or has it just been making Rails changes this whole time? Feels like it's taking longer to do stuff. So maybe fast mode was working? I really don't know. Maybe we just gave it such a big task that it's taking a while to do it. Definitely going ham on the tests, and I think that is because I told it to give me 100% free. I think it's getting near the end. So as soon as this completes, we're going to give it this task. Maybe we have an extension that broke. What's going on with our thinking trees? What is this? Has been doing this whole time? No, we used to get thinking choices. Why did that change all of a sudden? Something broke. Probably need a big pie or something. Who knows? Well, it looks like it at least started the app. up when the build didn't start, I don't think. It's the app restart. Oh, to come up with a demo app, and this is what it came up with. Keep your Mac workspace calm, organized, and ready for deep learning. Goal is complete. It says it finished. Oh my gosh. The read-only reviewer found webhook gaps. So the problem is Stripe does these purchase intents where they like record a, like if you click the purchase button, it creates a purchase intent record. And so the AI decided to create a purchase intent record in our database. Don't think I want it to do. If someone spam that click link, like we'd get a lot of purchase intents written into our database. The reason it creates this purchase intent is so that when it goes to Stripe payment link, it can pass the purchase intent ID into that. So that when the webhook comes back, we will know, we'll be able to like match that purchase intent to the purchase, which you probably want if you're using like analytics and you're driving users to a page, so you know how many checkouts were abandoned or something. If I'm not doing analytics, then why would we do that? I think all we need to do really is pass in. I don't think we need to pass in anything. Because when a seller configures the Stripe webhooks, the webhook is going to go to that specific product webhook URL, which will include the product ID. So every webhook comes back, it's already going to know, we're going to know which product it belongs to. So why do we need the payment intent? Purchase intent. I'm wondering why we actually need the purchase intents. It seems like we're creating a whole lot of records in our database. So like every time someone goes to the page and clicks buy with seller Stripe checkout, do we really need to record a purchase intent record in our database? The only thing that does for us really is allows us to know when that button was clicked and then the checkout didn't actually complete. But I'm not really trying to get in the business of analytics. I suppose if someone wanted to have analytics, then what they would do is they would use like a URL shortener service or something and be able to know how many times that button was clicked versus the checkouts. So it's not even like we know the user's email address when they go to this landing page. So we couldn't even retarget them. So I see no reason why we're recording these purchase intents in our database. When Stripe completes a checkout, when someone completes a checkout on Stripe, that webhook has already been configured to use a Stripe webhook URL back to our server that is unique to that product anyway. So we already know just when the webhook comes in without any additional information what product that webhook belongs to. So it's not like we need the purchase intent for that. So why is it that we need these purchase intents? Like, why are we storing all this extra data in our database? Do we really need to be doing that? Let's see what it says. So I'm guessing not. I had my AI go look at why we might be getting these like weird comment things, and it's telling me that this is what's actually being returned from OpenAI right now. It's weird because like it just started happening all of a sudden. Like I know it was working, and then all of a sudden we started seeing that in our thinking choices without reloading the pod, right? Like I'm gonna have to go back and watch the stream earlier because I'm pretty sure when it started we weren't seeing that. Anyway, so it thinks I'm right. If we don't want abandoned checkout analytics, we probably should not create a persistent license purchase intent on every buy click. But we don't even have the user's email. So like what would be the point of knowing the abandoned checkouts? Not only that, but I'm pretty sure like Stripe has some sort of analytics on that internally. Like if I pull up my Stripe dashboard, will it see? Will it give me that information? I'm going to bet it does. I have no idea. I can't find it right now. But yeah, we don't want to do that. So Click time analytics, abandoned checkout tracking, snapshotting amount, currency mode at click time. But we don't record that. I mean, you don't set that. Correlating a later webhook to a prior link. Oh, we don't need to do that. Supporting an org-wide webhook endpoint where product identity is not otherwise. We don't have a webhook. We don't have that. If someone really does want to create purchase intents, all they have to do is like set up Cloudflare webhooks or Cloudflare worker or something. Have the link they give us go to that worker. They can record it themselves, and then the worker can then redirect them to the payment page. Or they get their own analytics that way. Or they can use one of their CDPs that does this. Yeah, so when a user sets up their Stripe webhook, they're going to put the URL that we give them, which is specific to that product that they created in our database. So that webhook URL is going to include the product ID. And yes, we should definitely secure that so that it requires a unique token, so that when Stripe emits the webhook, no, maybe we don't even need that because we're going to validate. Actually, how do we verify the Stripe signature? Oh wait, no. Let's back up. I know how we do it. Stripe, when it emits a webhook to our server, when you create a webhook in Stripe, they give you like a key that you use to verify the data, the signature coming from Stripe. So therefore, we don't need to pass anything extra other than the product ID in the URL. Validate amount, currency, mode, payment. But the other important thing is because we're getting these webhooks, we can still do something like if a customer like disputes the product or like they're given a refund, we can deactivate the license automatically. Question, should we always do that or should we allow people to toggle that off? Should also make it so that on a given product, we can toggle off the deactivation of the license if we get a refund dispute type of events. That way, the product owner can determine whether or not they want to automatically deactivate the license if the issued license is disputed or refunded in Stripe. But by default, we should automatically disable the license or deactivate the license if we receive a refund dispute event that was issued for that license. Only records we really need are product seller stripe config, seller. Wait, why do they need a product seller stripe config? What is product seller stripe config? Seller webhook event ledger. I guess the product seller stripe config would be like the webhook URL and the certificate or whatever they're giving us so we can verify the Stripe signature. Key probably. There's probably like a secret webhook key that you use to verify the signature. Webhook event ledger. Webhook event. Yeah, okay, so we have that already. Before you make any changes, can you explain this to me? So I was under the impression that all we really needed to do was have the seller create a new webhook in their Stripe account to point specifically at the product webhook URL that we give to them. Since the seller will then enter in the secret webhook key so that we can validate the incoming webhooks, is that not enough? Why do we need a product specific endpoint token? What is that token? Also, what is the payment link validation that you're saying? Let's see what it says. I'm not totally clear on this. Wait, hold on, let's do this too. Maybe you should go like search the web and look at some Stripe docs so that you understand the documentation before you respond. Does it sound like I'm saying straight? Or am I saying Stripe? Because it constantly puts in straight. Let's see. Are there people getting this like weird thing going on with OpenAI? You guys seeing this like in your OpenAI usage? That'd be something I did. It's saying that this dot comment is coming directly from the OpenAI responses. That's crazy. Something seems very weird with that. I wonder if we like secretly got pushed over to Seoul or something. So it's saying search the Stripe docs, and my understanding is mostly right. Stripe web endpoints are configured as endpoint URL plus select event types. So Stripe account, Stripe signs events with that. endpoints. Webhook set secret. So if we give the seller product specific webhook URL, we paste that endpoint signing secret into that product's license settings, then yes, that is enough to map the webhook to the license product. That's what I thought. Oh, I see. So when they said token, when the AI said token, it was basically saying the token is the ID for the product. Oh, I see what you mean by the token instead of the numeric ID that can be iterated over. That's okay. Yeah, we should do that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we? So if you configure a payment link on the website, should we validate the payment link? What happens if someone goes into Stripe and they like want to sell their friend a license? So they like go into Stripe and they manually just like enter in the payment. I think they would still expect us to issue them a license. In which case it's not going to have the correct payment link. How could that be used maliciously? I mean, payment links are signed, right? It's not like someone could go in there and create a checkout so that, because you need the secret key to create the checkout. Yeah, so that payment link verification protects against seller misconfiguration, reused endpoints, wrong payment link, change Stripe setup. But I'm not sure that's a good thing. Like, I think if someone purchases a license and they don't get their license key, they're not going to be happy. Also, maybe the seller just goes into their Stripe and they like create a like they charge a customer directly over the phone or something directly in their Stripe dashboard. We would get emitted the webhook and the seller would expect us to issue a license to them. So I think this payment link validation could actually cause more harm than good. I think maybe what we do is we allow sellers to toggle on payment link validation on the product page or wherever we're going to put this. And we like have an explicit note on it that says we will not issue licenses unless the payment link matches the one they have configured. Which means people could end up purchasing licenses and not getting the license because the payment link could be invalid. So we should have like a giant warning there if they turn that on. Ah, not off. Jeez. Okay, I think the rest of it looks good. We should go with this new model. And I want you to create a goal to implement the things we've discussed. Make sure the goal includes writing tests, running the tests, and validating that they pass. You must also have 100% proof that everything is implemented and the tests are passing. You should also include all of the details of what we are trying to implement in the goal, and you must not mark the goal incomplete until you have 100% proof that everything is implemented and passing. Should probably also update the specs with this new information about what we're trying to do. Now we let it rip. See, I intentionally try to be vague because if I'm going to tell it to create a goal and then I go and I say the goal should have like bullet point 1 product stores payment link URL and I forget something or I word it slightly off, then the agent might not actually implement the best of what we've been discussing that we want to implement. So I let it figure out what we've been discussing. Then it writes the goal in its own words, which it's more likely to follow if it's written in its own words. Like if I were to write the goal myself, I can guarantee it wouldn't look like that goal that it just created. I don't know, but the X Live Studio is down today. We're getting partial weird thinking traces back from OpenAI. I have my agent right now verifying 100% proof whether this is one of our extensions or if it is the actual response. So it's creating a T to actually grab and tee off the raw data that comes back. I even told it to do a network packet capture to see. All right, friends, what's going on to everyone out there? Welcome, welcome. This is the Zayden Ryan live stream channel on X, on YouTube, and on Twitch. And maybe one day, like we said, TikTok. But who knows? Because I'm too busy building right now to actually go and open up the TikTok app. So there's enough places you can find me on. Go find me on one of those. If you're just joining us, we are building a way for macOS app developers to sell their software. It'll have a nice landing page. You'll bring your own Stripe account because I want nothing to do with that. I do not want to be your merchant of record. I do not want to take a percentage of your transaction costs. You connect your own Stripe account. You deal with all your own Stripe stuff. You just paste in the buy link that you'll create as a host Stripe checkout payment thing. And then we'll get your webhooks. We'll assign licenses. We'll email your users with their license. And by we, I just mean me, but really probably more like the AI that's writing this code right now because it is 100% vibe coded. That's right. By GPT 5.5. I have not opened up the code. Oh my gosh, look. This is what I'm talking about. If you look, all of a sudden the thinking traces are back. I didn't reload Pi, so therefore the extension couldn't have been changed, right? It was something from OpenAI. They were sending back empty thinking traces. Look, see? You look here? We started like randomly getting these HTML comments in here. Now our thinking traces are back again. Yeah, man. I mean, of all the companies I'd expect to be producing vibe coded slop, it would be the vibe coding company OpenAI. I'm pretty sure that's what happened is they were admitting that stuff to us. Because all of a sudden it just fixed this up. If it was a Pi extension, I would fully expect us to have to restart Pi or like reload our extension so the code that's processing it is different. think that's also why my edit output is broken. Because I actually haven't seen any like edits. Usually I see like the file edit changes. Can't wait till I start working on multiple things at once in the stream. So we're not like waiting. I have so much. I could be producing so much token slop. And I got DeepSeek V4 Flash running locally. You know what that means? Do you have any idea what that means? Because I don't. Just know I got it running and it's not being used for anything. I'm sure there are people out there that would absolutely love to be running DeepSeek V4 out of their van. Because I'm doing it. But I don't have any use case for it. Uh-oh. Now we're getting errors from OpenAI. I smell another reset coming on. How many are we at right now? We only have 2 left. I'm telling you, I think something was fishy the other day. I think it was yesterday. We only streamed for like 3.5, 4 hours maybe. And I used my entire 5-hour session in like 3 hours somehow. I mean, we've been streaming for 3 hours now, and I still have 79% of the 5-hour session. So what's going on there? Well, it says 78. Actually, this might have reset because I think I started working earlier today. I bet it reset halfway through the stream. But that seems really high. Note to self, I gotta like write a cron job or something that starts on my computer 2.5 hours before I start working and have it like send a prompt. So that starts that 5-hour window before I start working so that it resets while I'm working. So generally, I mean, you know what though? We did a 9-hour stream the other day. 9-hour stream. We didn't run out. We ran out of weekly limits because we had to reset on the stream, but we didn't run out of the 5-hour session. It's weird, man. It's weird. I don't know. All right, you landlubbers. Let's see where this thing is at. I kind of really hate that it's updating the spec last. I need to remember when I'm prompting it for the goal that the spec is the very first thing that it should update. Because what happens then is the context compacts and it loses information that should have been written into the spec. You guys got to remind me to do that. Yeah, this started to do this. Starting to this prompt. Okay, so the AI seems to be just like having some trouble. It's falling over like Rails migration concepts. We haven't merged this branch in or deployed this code yet, so I'm telling it to just go delete the stuff from the schema migration that added the intent tables because we don't need that. We haven't merged this code in. This branch is still branched off of main. It hasn't deployed. There's no reason to just add another migration on top of it. So hopefully it'll go like delete the code from the migrations and then just run bin reset, which I've set up to basically blast away all the dev databases, local test databases, and then just run the migrations from start to finish again. You generally don't want to do that with Rails. Like, you want to create migrations in order, but I see no reason why we would run a migration to create intent tables and then immediately delete them when we deploy this. That doesn't make any sense. In fact, if I was like doing a PR review and I saw that, I would have them go fix that. Man, I hope you guys can hear me okay because I got the air conditioner running, I got 2 fans running, I got the Mac Studio running full blast. Like I got a CPU cranked all the way up, and I got this not the CPU, well, the GPU's cranked all the way on that thing. It's burning through some stuff that I'll go over it in a little bit. But the MacBook Pro is also, I have the fans tuned all the way up. So there's a lot of noise, a lot of noise coming out of the van right now, and I'm hoping the mic isn't picking it all up. So if you guys want to see what I was talking about, there's this really cool project called Dark Bloom. And you can actually pull it up here, I'll show you. So basically, if you have a Mac computer, in like an M series Mac, you've got like more than 24 gigs of RAM or something, you can run a model locally like GPT OSS 20 billion parameter or Gemma 4 26 billion parameter on your machine. And this Dark Bloom project is now connected to OpenRouter. So if you've ever wanted to like connect your Mac to OpenRouter and get paid for inferencing from your own machine, like now you don't have to be some big company with a data center to get paid by OpenRouter. You can actually run these models. It will run the model on your machine, runs it securely using all of the Apple security stuff and sandboxing and all that. It does hardware device attestation. So it's like proving that the device is configured a certain way. It's basically, they also sign their binaries so that guarantee that the models and the things that are running like at the quantization that it says it's running at. So like this is running at FP8, GPT OSS 20 billion. Whereas if you go to some of these things like on OpenRouter, they might claim they're running a certain quant, but you don't actually know. Whereas now you can actually go look at the source code for this and see exactly what's running. And because it's all in this sandbox, you as the owner of the machine don't even have access to know what requests are coming in, because it's private. Like, it's kind of cool. So my machine, my Mac Studio, is actually sitting here just serving up requests on this network. And as you can see, holy shit. You can see that these people are making, like, this is what they're projected, I think, to make for the year. I'm guessing some of these actually have multiple machines running on their thing, because I've only been making like $1.50 a day, and I have one of the most powerful Macs out there. So they must be like running multiple machines. You can even see my dashboard here. Oh, no, you can't, because I'm not signed in. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, so far today I've made 40 cents. So probably do about $1.50 per day. If you live in a house where you're paying for electricity costs that are pretty high, you're probably not going to make any money. You'll probably end up net negative. But this fan runs fully off solar. Therefore, I don't pay utility costs. The sun gives me all the energy I need, and therefore I'm like making $1.50 off of the sun. Which would be pretty cool if we lived in the time when like a cup of coffee only cost like $1.50 or something. Because that would pay for my coffee every day. I suppose I do buy a bag of coffee and brew my own, so maybe it is paying for it. Oh my gosh, it came back. Guys, look at this. Hold on. What is going on? Look at it. We were getting perfectly good thinking traces, and then all of a sudden we're getting this again. I would be willing to bet OpenAI is routing us to some other model under the hood. Or they have something weird going on. Because the only way that would change is if I was restarting my Pi session if it was one of our extensions. That's crazy. For a company that has unlimited tokens, why did they not spawn like 1,000 reviewers to review their code before they shipped it? Maybe they do. But that is wild. Anyway, so anyway, if I go back to here, you'll see real quick what I was talking about with Dark Bloom. Yeah, so like in the last 24 hours, this top machine produced 124 million tokens. This is the provider. I'm guessing they have multiple machines running under their account. Let's see, I've been running this for a few hours now because I had it turned off earlier when I was doing some AI inferencing locally. And I don't know how many tokens I've done. It doesn't really say. Oh, it does. I did 457,000 tokens. When I think I started it maybe 3 or 4 hours ago. So, get an idea there. Going. Yeah, if you have a bunch of Macs, like if you're one of these people that went out and bought like a 64 gig Mac Studio or something to run your OpenClaw on, or you have like a bunch of laptops sitting around that have M series chips in them, plug them into Dark Blue. Might use up more power than you make, might end up costing you more. But if you get really cheap power, if like you're a college student and you live in a dorm room, why not? Why not plug it in? You know, I think like when I was a college student, if I was getting like a $1.50 a day just from my computer sitting there in my dorm room using the free power from the dorm room, using the free internet from the dorm room, that'd have been pretty nice, you know. Get you a Snickers bar out of the vending machine or something. Your dorm room will get really hot because these things are gonna run on full blast GPU. I mean, should we go take a look at the GPU on this machine right now, see how it's getting hammered? Let's go check it out. Yeah, so we are at 100% GPU pretty consistently. I'm putting my hand on this thing and it is hot. I even have TG Pro running, which allows me to crank the fans up to 100%, and it's still hot. I even have air conditioning running in the van right now, which is also running off our solar, which is pretty cool. And the CPU usage we're using is probably just from like the AI doing stuff right now. You can see that this machine is using, it's saying 300 watts, which I have a really hard time believing. I don't think this is very accurate. I've clocked this thing before at full GPU, and it only uses about 240 watts, so I'm not sure this chart's very accurate over here. Yeah, if we check our current like power dashboard, nice thing about living in a van is you know where all your power's going because you have to. You know exactly how much you're bringing in. So yeah, we're currently at a bouncing back between a surplus and a deficit of a few watts here, a few amps. So you can kind of see in terms of watts, you know, we're probably up here in the 170 watts being consumed. This is from the battery though. So the solar feeds the batteries and like the 12-volt bus bar, and the inverter actually runs off of that. So it's entirely possible that so this is like all the solar we're getting minus our 120 volt system, which is running all these computers, minus and like the Starlink and stuff like that. That's actually running off 12 volt. But it's also subtracting like the 12 volt stuff. So these lights are purely running on 12 volt, and the solar charge controllers for the solar panels are producing 12 volt into the system. So you got to think like you're pushing amps in, you're taking some out for different things, and then this number we see here is the surplus or deficit going in and out of the batteries. So the batteries kind of act like a big old buffer. And we are at currently almost 100% battery. So what's likely happening is the maximum power point of the solar panels is probably being calculated by the MPPTs. And then it's pumping in stuff into the batteries, but then the battery voltage is up high enough to the point where the solar charge controllers will actually stop like producing less. They'll just be like taking the power that's coming in, and they will instead like expel it as heat, and they will like pull less amps from the solar panels to not like overcharge the battery, basically is what happens. It's trying to like save the battery. You can't charge the battery up to a certain point, it'll literally like explode. You can only pack so many electrons into a battery. And so to prevent that, it like goes into like a float mode, or it like stops producing so much power. So it's playing this tricky game between, I got to fill up the battery and pack that as full as I can, which is pretty damn full. And, oh, I need to power all of the electronics, the computers, everything that's running right now straight from the solar panels. Oh, and the air conditioner's running, which draws 50 amps at 12 volts, 50 to 60 amps. Let's see if I do this. It'll be kind of cool if I can do this. Let me try it. Let's see what happens. Video capture device. I use my iPhone remotely. How sick would that be? Oh my gosh, I can do this. Okay. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna give you a sneak peek into what it's like to be sitting from my point of view. So we have our stuff up here. I think I can transition over to this. So now you're seeing the live view from this phone that I'm holding up. We have all of this stuff running in front of me inside of this van. That's the camera. Yes. So you get an idea, all this stuff is running, right? It is completely running off of solar right now. Off of this solar right here. Solar is pretty awesome. Panels are not that expensive. If you want to get into doing some solar stuff, highly recommend you go check it out. If you want to like install it in your own house, or you want to build a van or something, go check out this guy Will Pros on YouTube. He will have everything you ever need to know on his YouTube channel about doing this stuff. And he actually like breaks open batteries, like he cuts them open and tears them apart and finds like the flaws in them and stuff. And he'll like order all the ones on Amazon stuff and literally physically cut them open and tell you like if it's a good battery or a bad one. Solar panels, he does all that kind of stuff. So definitely go check out Will Pros. He's pretty sick. I couldn't have built this van without watching his videos. But let's get back into what we've been here to do, which is build this license app server. We're getting close. Feel it. The model is still doing this weird thing where it doesn't give us output properly. I smell a reset coming. I smell one coming. Oh. Oh well. All right. I think it's getting to that time where I've been streaming for 3.5 hours and getting hungry and stand up, stretch, go walk around for a bit. I will probably just leave the stream going so that you guys can see what's going on. If you see anything crazy happen, let me know. All right, you landlubbers, we are back. Let me tell you something. Oh no, that's some pad thai splatter on my shirt. Pad thai, the day after you make it, is so much better. Let me explain to you. The flavor soaks in to the noodles or something, and it's just unbelievably good. Just so good. Oh well. I'm out here in the middle of the woods. If I got some splatter of pad thai on my shirt, who cares? It's not like there's 30,000 people watching this live stream. Okay. Maybe I should have changed my shirt. Who cares? Let's go. All right. Since all you guys are sitting here watching this, why don't you tell me in the chat if you saw the AI break anything? Anyone? Guess it didn't break anything. All right. Oh, it's still having that issue, huh? Okay. That stuff's still getting redacted. We're going to have to figure that out at some point, but not right now because I could care less. As long as it is cooking, we're cooking. Turns out they fixed the live studio bug in X. So we are back now. We're back, baby. Any of you guys see Matthew McConaughey's 4th of July post? The guy, he's just got a way with words. That was like the cool exit. That's him. If you haven't read Greenlights, or better yet, don't even read it. Download the audiobook because Matthew McConaughey reads the whole book. His whole book himself. In his voice. And you will be hearing his voice for the rest of your life. You'll be hearing this little word in your head when some opportunity comes along. And it'll just be Matthew McConaughey in there going, green light. Check it out. Green lights. I really got to get sponsored by Amazon or something so I could drop the Amazon book link in there and y'all can pay for it and I can get my 4 cents from the book. It's probably a $10 book at this point. All right, let's rehash. We are live from 9,000 plus feet of elevation in Wyoming, in the woods. We have made $0 since starting this business, and we have spent a whole truckload of tokens. We are currently building a landing page / sales solution for macOS app developers that want to sell their app outside of the App Store, not have to go through the bullshit that Apple makes you go through. You can just do what you want in this world. So that's what we're going to do, what we want. And we, as in me, I want to build a macOS app and I want to sell it. And are there products like Lemon Squeezy that are full and robust and all this stuff that are cheaper and you'll make more money because they'll charge you less? Yes. That's not my problem. That's because Stripe owns Lemon Squeezy and they've purposely made Lemon Squeezy cheaper than using Stripe plus Stripe managed payments combined. So there's nothing I can do about that. If you want to go blame someone, go blame Stripe and their anti-competitive behavior with their product that they own, Lemon Squeezy. No, I love you guys, Stripe. I love you, but seriously, like, You've made it unfair. I'm pretty sure that falls under anti-competitive behavior laws in the United States, so you should probably go have someone from legal look into that. Let's continue on, friends. I mean, if Stripe didn't come along, we'd all be using Braintree, and Brian Johnson over there wouldn't be age maxing. He'd still be dollar maxing. Revenue maxing. You guys didn't know that that guy who looks like a vampire now is trying to live forever. Started one of the largest online payment platforms that was super early to the game. I think he got paid $800 million for that platform. Here's the thing. You're going to do a startup or you're going to start building something today. Compliance, regulation is a freaking night. Regulatory laws are written because they want this thing called regulatory capture. It means the businesses that are already in that space make it nearly impossible for new businesses to enter that space, because they have so many laws to comply with that they can't possibly build something and get up to speed. Meanwhile, the companies that are established in that space, that are lobbying Congress to create laws about regulatory capture, those businesses did not grow up in a regulatory environment. They were fly by the seat of your pants, do whatever you can to just make people happy, get a product out the door. And over time, more and more laws are added that make it impossible for other people to enter the space. You can actually charge for things in blockchain right now. You could send $100 million and charge 5 cents to transfer that money. But we have KYC and AML laws in this country that prevent people from being able to do that. Guess who benefits? Banks. Guess who else benefits? Big companies like Stripe, PayPal. The ones that already have the system in place to do ID verification. Nobody's going to take their Bitcoin wallet and go buy a soda. Do you know why? You know why there's no vending machines that accept Bitcoin for soda in this country? Because we have laws, anti-money laundering, and know your customer. The banks want to know every single transaction that money hops through. They want the identities of those people. It's all under the guise of like tracking terrorists. Yeah. Meanwhile, we have NGOs funneling money to terrorists in our own country, right? Anyway, it's regulatory capture. It's to prevent blockchains from spawning up and taking transaction volume from companies that are already established, especially our big credit card companies that charge 3% of whatever it is that you buy. They get it. Getting a little windy. I gotta close up the awning. Give me 1 second, friends. All right, we are back, and I'm going to just do one quick rant here. If you live in a country where they don't have KYC and AML laws, where you have to comply with US financial things, and go use a blockchain and charge your customers in USD. The value is pegged to a US dollar, so it's not going to lose its value. You will get your money in a matter of minute. Instant finality. And you're not going to pay a credit card fee. There are no chargebacks. They can't charge you back. Also, you're going to pay like maybe 5 cents for that transaction. Not unlike Ethereum or some network that's already overly congested. There are plenty of networks out there. Go to like the top 5 to 20 blockchains. You can send any amount of money over USD for 5 cents, probably, maybe less. And you'll have your money instantly. They can't charge you back. But if you live in a country like the United States, definitely don't do that, because you have to know your customer. If a terrorist comes and buys your SaaS subscription, maybe your SaaS just generates memes. If a terrorist in the United States comes and buys your meme subscription SaaS, and they generate a meme, you could be liable for like $500,000. That's insane. Yeah, and this country's crypto friendly. Okay. That's why you do not see crypto payments anywhere. Despite the fact that it is a much better and faster technology than what the banks and what everyone else is offering you in this regulatory captured environment. Now let's move on to our thing where we are working in a regulatory captured environment, and we have to charge our customers so we can sell them a macOS app, but make sure that we give 5 to 15% of our revenue away to the banks, to the credit card processors, to the credit card companies. All right, let's do it. Says the goal is complete. What was the thing that we gave it? Do you guys even remember? I don't remember. Okay, so we told it to remove the payment intent. So it was trying to copy what Stripe does and create this payment intent so that we know we have like abandoned carts and stuff. But I personally don't care about that. There's already analytics companies that do these things. If someone really wants that, then I can add their analytics script for that company. You'll toggle it on, put your ID in there, and we'll load it up on your page for you. I think that's the way to go if we really end up wanting to do this. You can drop the segment tracker on your page, and we'll go from there, okay? We're here to build a landing page. We're here to sell macOS apps. Marketing people can have their fun later on, right? Let's get this thing done. So, refund dispute lookup can resolve renewal charges through the event ledger. Unexpanded subscription invoice payment events require review instead of issuing duplicate licenses. Okay, here's something I don't know if I want to do. I don't even know if I want to handle this. Because I don't know if I want to encourage this behavior. What if we completely disable the ability to sell monthly subscriptions for macOS apps? So it's only one-time payments. What do you guys think? Drop me some messages. Maybe we just launch. I don't know. Okay. So they're going to create their own hosted Stripe checkout. The question I have is, does the, what's it called? The payment something? Payment link? Stripe payment links. Let's find out. With Stripe payment links, can you set up a like recurring subscription that they could pay for? Or does Stripe payment links have to be like one-time charges? Let's ask our trusty ChatGPT Pro researcher. Okay, so that's going to go find out. I'm guessing it allows recurring. I'm guessing that the checkout is going to set up a subscription. Then we have to handle the subscription webhooks coming in every month. We have to handle renewing every month. It's more data we have to store. We could charge for that. So it's like, we charge like $1 per transaction. Hey, I know I said 5 cents is what blockchain does, but this is not blockchain because I have to operate in a regulatory captured environment. So here's what I think we do. We allow people to pre-purchase credits, and for any transaction, we deduct a credit. I think that's a good idea. And we do auto top up credits. So if your balance gets below a certain threshold, you can automatically have it top up your credits again. That way you're not paying a monthly subscription. If you don't make money, I don't make money. I mean, technically I would get the pre-purchase credits, but I believe under like accounting rules, you're not supposed to allocate those to business until people actually consume. I kind of like that idea. So if you really are one of these people that wants to charge your customers every single month, I would charge you $1 per transaction. So if you go out and you charge your customer 12 times a year, I'm going to get $12. But that's because I have to handle all these Stripe webhooks, like a lot more of them coming in all the time. Because with subscriptions now, there are webhooks like the customer is past due, the customer didn't pay their invoice, the customer finally paid for their subscription, the customer canceled their subscription, and they renewed it. All this stuff. And that's more data, it's more bandwidth that I have to pay for. But if you want to create a product where you sell it for like $200 one time, you still only pay me $1. Okay, so here's what I think we need to do now. When a payment link is used to create a recurring subscription, then we're going to end up getting more additional webhooks that give us things like the subscription status and whether the subscription was paid for in a given month. And so I think what we should do, and this is going to be our business model if I haven't already gone over this, is we will do only pre-purchase credits. Everyone can start on the free starter plan, but they will do pre-purchase credits. And we'll make sure the credits automatically top up, which I'm pretty sure we've already implemented that in the foundation engine. And what will happen is anytime there is a payment made, we will deduct 1 credit from the credits that they've purchased. So if they purchase $10 worth of credits, they'll have 10 credits and we'll deduct 1 credit. Now, if they sell a one-time payment link for $200, we charge 1 credit. If they sell a $50 one-time payment link, we charge 1 credit. But with these recurring subscriptions, if they charge $30 a month, every time they do that charge, we will charge 1 credit. So if our sellers use a payment link that is a reoccurring monthly subscription and they end up charging their customer 12 times in 1 year, we will have deducted 12 credits. Does that make sense? I want you to create a goal for this. I want you to first write the spec for this. Make sure the goal includes the spec. Then I want you to go and implement it. And I want you to make sure that we have tests. So you will need to ensure that we are properly ingesting the Stripe webhooks so that we know when to deduct a credit. We will also need to make sure that these new webhooks, possibly new event types, are all included in the webhooks that they must be sending to us. And we should make sure in our instructions, probably associated with the product page after they create a product, on how they connect their Stripe account and how they set that up, that we include all the proper webhook types that they will need to set up for their webhook so that we get those. Okay. So here's the thing. I think people should probably not be charging monthly subscriptions for one-time use software like they download on their computer. But if you're like making an app and you're doing a lot of updates, or maybe your app has some sort of thing on the back end where like, I don't know, like maybe it's like reaching out to a database and they have overhead costs that are now monthly for them. Maybe they make an app that generates memes and they host the memes for you. And so your subscription that you're paying for is like all these memes that you're storing in their cloud basically. And as long as you're storing them in there, you should be paying for that storage. So I think what this new goal will do, hopefully, is make it so that those subscriptions get captured as properly, as payments get captured properly. And yeah, I really like this credit idea because you could start by like topping up like 5 credits or something. Like maybe you don't know if your app is ever going to sell, so you only put like 5 credits in. And then maybe what you could do is like have your top up like 10 or 15 credits or something. The only problem is if you go like super viral real fast, then you could get in this like weird situation where like we don't allow you to have any more purchase products because you ran out of credits. I guess what I could do is like could create some like create like a viral buffer. So you have like 5 hours to reconcile the fact that you don't have enough credits before we stop issuing licenses or something. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. That could work. You could also, if you run out of credits, issue licenses, but they expire in 24 hours. So you have to come back and purchase the credits in order for your users to renew that license, like for an extended license. There's a lot of things we could do here for sure. But yeah, I think the simplest is you have to come back and purchase credits. You know, your account will have like a negative balance until you purchase the credits for the licenses that we sold, that you didn't have covered. And then, like, if you never come back and top up that account, then I'll like send an email saying that you have 30 days to like pay it, or like we'll delete all your customer licenses and everything, so you're SOL, you know? I don't like that, but that's got to be the way it is. It's like, I can't afford, as a single person living in a van, to pay for your licenses and store them if for some reason you're not paying for them. These things have cost, bandwidth. I got stores rows in my database. That's stuff on disk. I have backups in multiple regions. So I have to store this data, multiple copies of all the data around the world. And the act of exporting all that data incurs a cost. I'm probably gonna lose money at $1 per license, honestly, but we'll see. Weird. Is this better? You guys hear me better now? I guess maybe I've been, maybe you haven't been able to hear me. Hopefully I didn't just mess up all that rant. Check my monitor here. Let's see. Testing, testing. Yeah, I can hear myself. I think there's like so much going on with the fans and the air conditioner and the wind and everything that my mic is like actually extracting too much. It's not capturing the voice. Something's definitely wrong. Like, this is not giving us thinking traces. Okay. So if I turn thinking traces off, but we're also not getting any of the edits. I haven't seen like a single edit tool. Maybe it's still doing research. Um, Oops. Check Twitter, see if anyone else is, or like, sorry guys, anyone else is getting this, like, oh, yep, other people are seeing it. Okay. Not gonna worry about it then. I forgot what I was talking about. Do you guys remember? Yeah, it replaced some blocks, but we have no idea what block it is. Come on, man. Something wonky's going on today. See, we are at 49% for our 5 hour. We are at 40% for the week, which resets in 4 days. So we're probably gonna end up having to do another manual reset. All right. So after it comes back with this, and it's making sure. Really wish you could see what it said. I super love this. Let's stop by when we started. Let's see. What's the last thing this is? Oh no. Found out. Continue. Oh, didn't even need to continue. The gold did the job for us. Okay. It looks like the edits are at least showing up now. I don't know why that wasn't working. We are missing thinking traces for sure. Yeah, at least we're getting our see edits. I think we're getting Soul tomorrow, which is gonna be sweet from what I've seen. I mean, GPT 5.5 is honestly all I need right now. It does the job. Well, maybe that'll do it better. Just want to make some money, people. I've been living in this van for 4.5 years. I bet most people don't even own a car for that long. And I've been living in mine. I need to buy a new one. We're at about 102,000 miles. It's a diesel engine, so probably is good to 200,000. But when I built this thing, I built it for one person. I said to myself, after living in Miami and everyone wanted to drive a Lambo there, that I'm never going to get a girlfriend as a man living in a van. You'd have to be crazy. Turns out there's a lot of girls that like living in this lifestyle of doing van life. Let me tell you, a lot. If you're a nerd sitting at your computer right now and you're like, how do I get a girlfriend? Go move into a van and travel around the country. And one will just move in with you. That's how it'll work. I wish someone had told me that, because I built this van for one person. There isn't room for another desk in here. So, need to build a new rig. To do that, we need to start selling these SaaS products. To start selling the macOS app that I'm going to build. To do that, I need to build a product to sell my macOS product. You guys ever heard of Elon Musk's Mission to Mars framework? It's like every single person at SpaceX knows what their job is, because Elon Musk sets a goal and he says, I want to go to Mars by this date. The person below him says, in order for us to, we want to go to Mars by this date. In order for that to happen, I have to do this. Or we need to do this. And the people below that person goes, in order for us to go to Mars by this date, we have to do X, Y, Z. We have to do X. I have to do Y. And the person below that person goes, we want to get to Mars by this date. To do that, we have to do X. To do that, my boss has to do Y. And to do that, I have to do Z. And it goes and trickles down that way. And at the floor, everybody now knows what their role is, what their job is, and what it is that they need to focus on to get to Mars. I know that I need to get into a new van. I need to build a nice space for my girl to live. To do that, I need to make money, which means I need to start selling some SaaS products, start selling some macOS products. Got an idea for a macOS app I want to build and sell. In order to sell a macOS app, I have to build a product that sells my macOS app product. In order to build my SaaS product that sells my macOS product, I have to get Pi working so it properly builds it. Okay, OpenAI, your job is to properly build the model and give me proper thinking traces. You're at the bottom, I'm at the top. Let's go. So ultimately, here's what I think is going to happen. This whole like 429 thing where AI that's like roaming around the web can make like microtransactions. The whole irony of this situation is it's built on a blockchain. Not even a good blockchain in my opinion. Like I've looked through their tech and it's not that impressive. I also don't know how they're possibly planning on handling the amount of transactions that are going to come in from that. One, they don't have fast enough finality, and two, they do leader election instead of multi-right masters. So their leader is the bottleneck for organizing and creating blocks, which also, by the way, creates opportunity for MEV bots and front running, which you definitely do not need to do in a blockchain. It's been proven. If you do that, you're just trying to create a get rich quick scheme for the people that create those bots. Now, it's not to say that arbitrage bots are not important. They are important, especially in liquidity pools where you have a constant function and the liquidity pool needs to be balanced. Those pools do not automatically get balanced. They get balanced by arb bots. You've got to have arbitrage bots. So, back to my crazy rant here. The 429 payment stuff. Somehow that's legal though, because it goes through a credit card company or someone like Stripe that has like figured all the regulatory stuff out somewhere. So here's what it really is. When they cash out, when you get paid through Stripe, you have basically proven your identity to Stripe. And that is how they comply with AML and KYC, know your customer laws. They know who you are because you had to create a Stripe account. And when you want to transfer that money from your Stripe account to your bank account also has your information on it. The problem with raw blockchain crypto today and the way these laws work, you can take that money, I can transfer it to you in your wallet, and you could then send it on to a terrorist and, you know, some sanction list, whatever, right? And it can hop on a bunch of steps without actually being attached to a KYC identity. That's what the government says, US government says, is not allowed. Now, I don't fully understand how an AI making a purchase online via the 429 is complying with that. One, is the AI a terrorist? Who knows? Are we going to start marking Chinese models as terrorist models? Probably at some point. I mean, we ban everything else these days. Can you imagine trying to do fan life with an air conditioner in the EU? Even though it runs off the sun. Anyway, I just think that it's interesting. I conceptually, I kind of grasp how they're going to do it. It's like you create a Stripe account, so it's like your identity attached to that account. Then you make a 429 micro payment transaction that gets settled on this blockchain, but really it's probably getting kicked into like Kafka queue, and then the Kafka queue is like getting pulled into batches, and then they're writing the block real fast onto the chain. Don't need blockchain then for that. And then on the other side, the person accepting the 429 payment is also has a verified identity KYC account. Maybe they're both Stripe. So they're like taking the money on both sides. I kind of understand that, okay, right? Like, I think where the crypto people could have done better is if from day one, all the protocols just tried to not be like anti-modern traditional finance, and instead, because that's where we got anyway, but instead, if they had just said, let's comply with KYC and AML from day one, and every wallet that gets created has to be attached to a real identity, we'd all be accepting crypto right now. You want to do like real hard engineering work, and I'm talking like these things have not been solved. You can go into almost any area of software development these days, and The only two frontiers that are really left that are pushing boundaries are AI and blockchain. And here's why with blockchain. Imagine you have this thing where you have to take every transaction and play it sequentially through. And in order to verify it, you have to kind of go all the way back. Because every block gets hashed, that hash then gets put into the next block. They add some transactions, they hash it, they take that hash and put it into the next block. That's the blockchain. The previous block's hash gets put into the next block, and then that block gets hashed. That's how you verify the integrity of the chain. So, what are the really hard problems? One, there's a lot of consensus stuff. That's largely been proven. There's like one real physics way to do it. Can't get any better. But the really, really hard stuff is the fact that you have to keep all this data. And so you're writing tens of thousands of transactions per second, right? I'm willing to bet that Visa probably does maybe like 2,000 transactions per second at their peak. Most of these blockchains can handle like 30,000 transactions per second. That's a lot of data. If you're taking like the wallet address it has to go from to the new one, and sometimes those are like 128 bytes. You have to take the amount of data, and also smart contracts are like whole ass programs, and you record their traces, like everything that was done in the program. You are streaming a massive amount of data to disk all the time. You can easily create petabytes of data per day. That's hard. Where do you store all that data? Forever. Especially now with the price of hard drives going up like crazy. Where do you store it? How do you commit that much data to disk that fast for all of eternity? And lastly, if you are writing that much data, how do you efficiently create indexes? Because everyone wants that data in a relational database afterwards, right? A blockchain is basically a tape drive. Like, remember like the tapes? And like you pull it out and wind it up? You're just writing to a tape drive forever. That's what a blockchain really is. But people don't want to go scan through a tape. They want to go, this is my account ID, give me all the transactions I ever did. Or give me all the transactions between these accounts. Now you have to index everything for all eternity. And you have to make it instantly available. Because everyone wants their transactions to be finalized and they want it to be indexed. Right? It's not really final if you can't instantly look up to see if the transaction is done. If the blockchain can write the transaction, let's say in 10 milliseconds, let's just say 10 seconds. You have 10-second finality, meaning if I swipe my credit card at the credit card processing company and I'm in a coffee shop and I buy a coffee and it takes 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I sat there and waited that long for my transaction to be approved so that I could buy my coffee, right? And to do that, they have to withdraw the money from my account and put it into the coffee shop's account. To do that, they have to make sure that I have enough money in my account, yada, 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 right? Okay, so it's not enough to just write that to the tape drive and record that that transaction happened. You then have to ingest the tape drive in real time, index it in real time, basically like put little pointers into all the little bits of data that you might want to look up and mash up in different ways, right? Do I want to look it up by account ID? My account ID? Do I want to look it up by the coffee account's ID? Do I want to look it up by like what time this transaction occurred at? Do I want to look it up by the amount? All these different things. And then you have to write that data into an index, which is basically just another database. Big table, p-value lookup, basically. We can have skip lists and all that kind of stuff, but basically it's a big old table of all those data values, sliced in different dimensions. And you have to do that. So it takes 10 seconds for the tape drive to write. Then you have more time than after because somebody has to read the tape drive, which, by the way, it's probably not reading it directly off the machine that's writing the tape drive. So the tape drive actually has to be written to disk on the machine using fsync, which flushes data from memory to disk. And that is synchronous, by the way. That's using some newfangled kernel asynchronous capability. But anyway, you're still writing to disk to persist that thing. Because if someone unplugs that machine from the wall and you have an fsync to disk, that little transaction that just occurred gets wiped from all of known humanity. And the person gets their money back, basically, is what happens, right? And that, we don't want that to happen. It's like I paid for a coffee, I get the coffee, and then I get my money back. That'd be bad. So, you have to read the tape drive. It has to be written to disk. So this machine that writes the tape, writes the tape to disk. Another machine has to like come in and grab the updated write-ahead log or whatever it is you're going to use for your tape drive, the blockchain, read it, validate that those blocks are valid. Like it's actually like got to grab the block, it's got to hash it, right? It's got to validate the hash that's inside of it, and it's got to like prove that the chain is contiguous, like there's no breaks in it, nothing's been, if you flip one little bit you get a different hash, so you know that it's not a valid blockchain anymore. And that's it. Probably heard of like blockchains forking. That's what happens. So then after it reads that data in, it has to create indexes. So you have to like look at all the data for each of the transactions, and there could be 10,000, 30,000, 50,000 transactions per second, and maybe that block contains 3, 5, 10 seconds of transactions in it. That's a lot of freaking transactions that it has to now read, explode out, right? That's literally what's called exploding. Normalize the data into relational database and create indexes. And by the way, the relational database also has to write a write-ahead log for each table, or maybe the whole database. It has to like lock rows, and it's spewing data into all of its tables now too. And it's creating indexes like crazy, which are also just other tables. And you have to do all of this. Oh, probably in that 10-second period, or else someone's not going to use your blockchain because they want to be able to swipe their credit card and know that the transaction went through probably in 10 seconds. Otherwise, they're going to be sitting there tapping their foot and going, oh, man, I swear I got the money in my account for this coffee. And the coffee person's going to look at you and be like, sure, right? So, no, you want it to be fast. So that, my friends, getting back to the 429 payments with microtransactions, now you understand that there is an insane amount of data that gets duplicated, replicated, written to disk for each transaction. And by the way, if it's a blockchain, it's probably written to like 100 different servers for replicatory purposes, distributed purposes. All that data has to be stored on disks, which, by the way, disks are insanely expensive right now. Everyone assumed that the price of data disks would go down, and it is now massively more than it used to be. So all that data has to be stored forever. written to disk. And so if you can imagine a AI agent going to a web page, getting a 429 and paying 0.3 of a cent for a transaction, there's no way in hell that that data, that transaction only costs 0.3 of a cent to store forever. It's probably on the order of dollars to store for the next 150 years during that person's lifetime or something. So yeah, the whole 329 thing doesn't really make sense to me today. 429. But I hope it becomes a reality because it's going to be pretty sick. And I'm pretty sure that the only way they're going to justify this is to have a blockchain where you can front run transactions and you can do things like that. Because then there's financial incentive for the companies that are running these sort of nodes and incurring these data costs because they're actually front running transactions and trades and making millions off of that sometimes. Anyway, let's get back to what we're doing over here. It says the initial subscription checkout invoice double credit risk. Okay, so basically went off, it implemented a bunch of things. For some reason beyond my understanding, the goal paused all on its own. Because I know I resumed it when we started this. I think something is happening with our extension. And when compaction happens, the goal, for some reason, tool is like pausing itself. If I wasn't about to just build the best macOS app ever created by man, I would probably spend some time fixing all of these extensions in Pi, but I just do not care to do that. So here's what I think we're gonna get. I think this is eventually gonna finish, hopefully, the goal that we set like 10 years ago to the point where now Pi doesn't even show us what the original problem was anymore. Which is crazy. Yeah, it cuts it off. So I basically left off with telling this thing that we wanted the ability to charge for licenses based on pre-purchase credits. So I think that's what it's implemented. Or was it this? I don't remember. I do know that one of the things that we did was we prompted it, telling it that we wanted I don't even remember. Let's just go back and look. Of course, I restarted, so I can't. We print out our goal. Implement license app, seller on start reoccurring. Okay, so the rant about the reoccurring stuff, and then it went through and said that then I said we need to be able to do renewal credit deduction for each of those. So that's what it's been doing for a while now. Allow users to have recurring payments and we deduct credit and credit for each transaction. That was smart. I'd probably do it like per license. I'm just gonna do it for each transaction. I think that makes everything like so much easier. And we get into like this gray area where we would have to explain, well, it's a license. Is it like if I let my users install that license on 3 machines, does that mean that I have to pay 3 credits? No. I mean, ideally, yeah, because I have to store 3 different records. I have to incur 3 times the bandwidth. But no, I think we'll just make it easy and say like, for anytime you get paid from a user, we just charge $1. And by we, I mean me, and this AI who's writing it. Wow, the music just got kind of weird. Some rap going on. Okay. At least now we can see the edits, so we know what's happening. Reference. Stripe payment reference. Uh-oh. All right, I see you're implementing a lot of stuff. Can you explain to me what the Stripe payment link reference? You know what, I'm not gonna let it go. Let's go like look at the code. So we're on this work tree. This is the one we're on. Licensed products, Stripe payment link reference. Looks like it's still working on that thing where it was like trying to match up the payment link to the actual charge. I don't know, maybe it would be easier on our end. Anytime a license is issued to a customer, we charge 1 credit. Would it be easier if we rethought about this in terms of charging 1 credit per license issued to a customer? Here's what I'm thinking. If a customer sells 1,000 licenses in a single transaction, then we would charge 1,000 credits. And that'd be for like the one-time thing, right? If if a seller, a macOS app developer, sells a monthly subscription, then what we're going to have to do basically is we would be invalidating the certificate. We'd only issue it for 30 days or for the month until the renewal of the Stripe subscription. So therefore, basically I know it's probably not how it actually works in practice, but basically we'd be issuing a new license every 30 days to that customer when it renews. And so we could charge 1 credit for that license issuance. So if someone were to purchase 1,000 licenses one time, we would charge 1,000 credits that one time. If someone were to purchase, via a monthly subscription 12 times over the year, we would charge 12 credits for that. Or I guess you could also have a subscription with a unit on it where it's like you could have maybe there 2 units on a monthly subscription. So therefore, we would be charging 24 credits per year if it's a monthly subscription with 2 units on it. Does that make sense? Is that an easier way to reason about this instead of how we're trying to charge now? Let's see what it says. Don't make any more changes. Just analyze what you've go read some more code, come back to me with your suggestions of how things are implemented, how would be good to implement this, and let me know what you think. Going out there. Be hard. All right, I'm going to let this run. I'm going to take like a 10-minute break and I will be back. And hopefully we'll have some suggestions from the AI. All right, I am back, and I am your host, Zayden Ryan, and thank you for waiting. We are 5.5 hours into the stream, and we are still building a license app product. Okay, so where I left off, I asked the AI if there was a better way to model this, and this is what it came up with. You guys probably already read it. I have it, so I'm going to read this real quick. Right off the bat, it says the concepts fit better. Successful payment issues, one customer license record with quantity in. License charges and credits. Okay, that makes sense. Monthly subscription, initial successful payment issues activates access for end units. Each successful renewal charges and credits again. We should probably renew, extend the same license rather than email a brand new raw key each month, obviously. Subscription with quantity 2. Initial payment charges 2 credits. Each monthly renewal charges 2 credits. Annual total credits 24. Simpler to explain. License.dev credits track license units delivered for a paid access period, independent of Stripe dollar amount. So if you actually grant a license for all of eternity, it's only 1 credit. You grant a license for 30 days, it's 1 credit every 30 days. I think that seems fair. Initial payment creates the license fee. Renewals extend. License expires at paid through access. I agree. Credits per licensed unit per paid period is probably the better way to go about it. And let's do that and update the spec. Get the current goal, and I want you to update the current goal. Then I want you to implement this and implement the tests. One thing that I think is going to be really important, and we should include this in the spec and the tests, is that the webhooks that come in from Stripe that show these payments being made, so like a per unit per pay period amount, we need to make sure we save those probably forever. Like, we shouldn't get rid of them, and they should really be linked to a row that is very clear that that row is for that charge, and that charge, that credit charge, should be able to be shown like on the billing page for that organization. So basically, we have the ability to fully trace where a credit was deducted from. I also think that we should be super nice to our macOS app sellers. And if for some reason the seller has a chargeback or a refund or anything like that, we should give them their credit back. I just think that's a nice way to go about it, you know? I think if because I could imagine like if someone comes along and buys 1,000 licenses from me and then I have to pay $1,000 and get whacked with the chargeback fee, that would suck. So we'll give the credits back if for some reason the license gets refunded. But we should only do that if they have the feature toggled on that allows us to process those refunds and chargebacks, and we disable the license attached to those. Because what we don't want to do is refund them the credits, but then allow the license to remain active. That's basically going to be impossible to do with like licenses that are granted forever. Because if you have a perpetual forever license, there's no way to revoke it, really. That's like one way around this, but who cares? Certainly, if you have a license that you like were to refund and it's a forever license and like they lost the license and they needed to get it back from us, like we wouldn't give it to them at that point, right? That wouldn't make sense. Hopefully we're not on too like, I think we're too near the end of this context window and it's going to reset before it writes its specs. Not to mention it gets pretty dumb at the end of the context window. To update the goal, create a new one at least. That's good. Hey, you need to go update the spec before you change any code. Update the specs first. It's going to run a context window before it hits the specs. This is wild. I'm getting 39.7 tokens per second, and I've turned off fast mode. It's like, what, more than 10 tokens per second than we were getting with fast mode on yesterday? Okay, so do we load the specs? Yeah, good. Good. This thing is really nice because what you can do is actually go make a change to something with inside this block. Like if you post this webhook, it processes the webhook, makes a bunch of changes to the database, and you can basically say these are the changes that I expect to happen in the database when this webhook executes. It's super powerful. It's hard to do that in like other languages, and it just looks so natural in Ruby. paused. I think when I interrupted it, it stopped the call. And it prints this message out, which I don't think it really needs. Maybe it does. I don't know. All I know is we're only at 89% in our sections being. We must add a sub-agent that's returning, and now it's going to dump its context from the response of the sub-agent into the main context. Maybe our goal that's actually compacting early. I don't know if up with this too. It's saying that our 5 hour resets in 1 hour and 24 minutes. That's not true. It actually resets in 25 minutes. Can't believe I wonder what it's gonna be like for people nowadays that didn't grow up in the age of like when engineers had a passion for writing just flawless, really well working code. And I feel like everything I interact with nowadays is has got some slop factor to it. Yeah. At least only the product endpoint specific Webhook secret, signing secret into the license tab, never paste seller Stripe API keys, no register, dashboard, session URL. Seller Stripe amount fields are not used to calculate license credit. Seller Stripe. Credits license charges by license quantity, which verified successful payment period or renewal. Payment link validation is optional and defaults off. When enabled, mismatched or seller direct Stripe payments will require review instead of automatically issuing licenses. What? When it's enabled, mismatched or seller direct Stripe payment will require review instead of automatically issuing. That makes sense. Okay, that's fine. So, we're compacting at 80% again. Living in the woods, my friends. All right. I feel like I got like 2 of the 5 bullet points I wanted to get to today. Probably could get to more. Already use parallel work trees. Mine's mine. I feel so spoiled. If that tomorrow Soul comes out, how crazy would it be if like it's so much better that all of a sudden we actually get this product launched? Oh man, that would be so sweet. Let's see how this pops. I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. I don't know. I just gotta lift some kettlebells every now and then, you know. Sitting here all day, sometimes bored out of my mind with this. Here's the problem with Stripe, is they can emit webhooks and you can get them in any order. I'm not entirely sure, but there's a way to deterministically tell what the current state is without making a call back to Stripe. So usually what I do is I will get a webhook, and all that webhook really does is tell me some event happened, and then I make a call back to Stripe to get the current state of the thing. Especially with the new v4 thin events that don't contain all the data. But we don't have access to the Stripe account, so therefore we can't do that. I'm kind of curious how the agent is going to fix this problem. So if we record all the events, so we send metered events to Stripe. That's how we do our prepaid credit billing. Our codex thing just reset, so 5-hour session, we should be good to go. Don't understand. Something wonky must have been going on the other day because we ran out of that thing in 3 hours. And I didn't do anything different than we're doing right now. Go watch the stream. Makes no sense to me. go take a look at what's changed. Stripe websites. Wonder if someone creates a dispute, like they're trying to get their money back, right? But if the dispute fails, they don't get their money back. Should the seller revoke their license at that point? I don't think so. So we need to make sure it's not doing. Oh yeah, because our landing page is the page where the seller is going to be using to sell their product. We have to put all of their stuff on there, like the seller terms and everything. Thanks. This is seller stories. I don't know if we need to keep all that. I'll go back and review it. We should also allow the ability for sellers to disable their landing page. I could probably see a case where a seller maybe doesn't even want to use this for their landing page, but they still want to connect their webhooks so that we generate a license for them. And if that's the case, we might even want to make it easier to generate licenses and not have to go through Stripe. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry, y'all. Okay. So, while I look at that, let's go on. Complete the license unit seller Stripe credit metering goal. Marked goal complete. Updated seller owns Stripe spec docs. That's license units. Yeah, come in and push up these changes. We're gonna give it these. Oh, I included the markdown checkbox so it doesn't get messed up. All right. We encrypt the webhook secret, and we still use it. I don't know if that makes sense. Whoa, whoa, whoa! You didn't even like answer me. Just started changing code. Of course, I can't see the thinking traces right now. refunds and lost dispute close events deactivate this all of the product lost access act. Flag seller view open on disputes access act. Locate the affected license with start preferences. Charge dispute. Keep the license active. Seller. Dispute outcomes now. Final. Only a charge dispute closed event. Dispute status is lost. Wins are not returned to seller. Paid by default license. That is a payments. Dispute as customers. License credits previously. So. I have heard of cases where someone may dispute a recurring subscription they've had for like 2 years and they win the dispute. And in that case, we probably collected, like if it was like monthly payments, lots of credits based on, if it was monthly payments, like customers being charged monthly, and it was 2 years, then we collected 24 credits times the number of units. And so I guess my question is there any way in the dispute event to determine how much, like how many of those months were refunded? I'm still here, just going off cam. Yes, I definitely think what we want to do is be able to allow sellers to like use their own landing pages or their own websites if that's what they really want to do. I don't want to tie them having to use our platform. The only thing that would be nice is to like automatically process Stripe webhooks. If like they configure their webhooks to be sent to our platform, and we should definitely process them for them and like create the licenses that way. So I think I'm gonna make it so that sellers can deactivate their store, and they also might want to do that like if they just don't want to sell that product anymore, but they still want to like leave their license stuff active. Can imagine maybe sellers of macOS apps would want to use their own like website or their own page for selling, especially if all they gotta do anyway is just put a payment link on it. But we still want to be able to like collect their Stripe webhooks so we can issue licenses and manage the licenses that way. So what we should definitely do is add the ability for them on their product page to toggle off and disable the landing page for that product. Oh, I see what's going on. So I had this problem where the AI like constantly tried to move Stripe things out of the foundation layer. But since this thing that we're doing is very uh, Stripe specific, I think what we need to do is disable it for this app. That's like a really ugly ass hack. I think the better thing for us to do is probably disable that Stripe boundary leak for the license product or the license app engine because it specifically has custom Stripe integration stuff. The ass hat. So I have this thing that looks for the word Stripe in any of the other engines other than the foundation engine. So what the AI did is instead of putting this word in here, it broke it up into two strings that get concatenated together. I got this bug lamp in here because we get these random ass flies out in the middle of the forest. Not flies, like gnats. Just fried a lot of them. Things you don't have to worry about in a house. I guess maybe do. They make these bug lamps for houses, so maybe we can do that. Oh, why is it? Why are you waiting for PR actions? I didn't tell you to merge this PR in or anything yet. I did not tell it to do merge a PR. At least it pushed everything out. Okay, so what's next on our list? This one. Allow sellers to disable the landing page for the product, but still process incoming webhooks and process things like customers getting their licenses. I'll try getting this close to my face. You guys tell me if this works better, if I'm too loud now or something. All right. I want you to create a goal for this, and I want the goal to include adding tests for this, running the tests, ensuring they pass. Also, we should include system tests, and the system test should definitely be testing the toggle ability and then checking to make sure that the landing page is not enabled, like doesn't render if it's toggled off. Do not mark the goal complete until you have 100% proof that you have completed the items that I have told you to do here. Also, make sure that this feature exists in a spec, in one of the specs. I'm wondering if my... Oh, that's why. My audio input changed in this thing. Why? Dude, Apple is messing up lately. Take my headphones off, and for some reason, that gives it permission to change my audio input, my sound, everything. All stuff, like, it's crazy. So I guess I'll give you guys an update so you can like look at how long it's been since I last showed you the Dark Bloom thing. Um, but this stream's been going for about 7 hours, and so we've been running this for about 7 hours. And let's take a look at the earnings so far. So if we look at this on Dark Bloom, this is you just plug your Mac, your M series Mac into the Dark Bloom network, and it will route open router requests to be served on your Mac, and it will return the result back to whoever requested on open router. It's all hidden. You can't see the requests coming in, can't see the responses. It's all done securely within the Apple container stuff. And we've been running for about 7 hours, and we've made 77 cents. So that's like 7 points. That's like 10 cents an hour. My math that bad. 11 cents an hour. Holy cow. It's been a long day. Okay. So we're making like 11 cents an hour, basically. Yeah. So it goes up and down. Like I've had periods where it made way, way more. So they used to have like this Minimax model on here, and I was like one of the only people serving up the Minimax because my machine could actually serve a model that large. And like nobody else was serving it. So I was getting all the requests to Minimax. I was making a lot more money back then. Right now, the only model that's working on the network is GPT OSS 20 billion. I've served up 1.2 million tokens on that today. And if you go look at OpenRouter, Dark Bloom provider on there, you'll see that I think most of these requests are coming from, OpenClaw and Hermes agents that are running out there. They're probably like the cheapest options for those agents, so people use it. Yeah. There's a lot of really cool models that you can run with 512 gigs of RAM, and I'm really hoping that Dark Bloom pretty soon gets some of those larger models on here. I went over one the other day on my stream that I still want to download and try, just haven't had time. But DeepSeek version 4 is a very, very solid model. The whole DS4 engine itself, you should go check out if you have enough RAM. If you have like 256 gigs of RAM, go check that model out. It's really awesome. Even like the Quen 27B is pretty sick. Like with MTPLX, MTPLX. I think that's the name of the app. The guy who made that just like souped it up even more. So I'm seeing reports of people getting like 70, 60 tokens per second. I think I was getting about 64. And that's a 4-bit quantized model, and 74 tokens per second with Quen 27B is awesome. Yeah, so I feel like they should. I'm really hoping, I'm hoping they get those models up here. I'm guessing like the Quen 27B market isn't that great because that can run on like a 3090 GPU like really fast. And so people that can run these local models are probably running that one themselves. I can almost guess that nobody that can run a local model is going to be running GPT OSS 20 billion. Like, why would you? So yeah, I think I hope we get like a model that requires like 200, 300 gigs of RAM on Dark Bloom pretty soon, because that would ensure that like all the M3 Ultras out there can actually run like a nice unique subset. They've been trying to get Gemma 4 to run on there for a really long time, but apparently there's some issues with that and the stability of it and whatnot. So I haven't been following close enough along to know what the deal is going on there. But anyway, I think these guys that are working on Dark Bloom are super cracked engineers. You know, they're doing a really awesome job. They built this entire infrastructure up really quickly. It was like the first week that it launched, the first like few days, there was 200 machines that signed up. I just saw a tweet just now. Let's see. Yeah, so if we were to go look at stats for Dark Bloom, right? Total stats is they've served 17 billion tokens. It's a really weird way to display that number. Today they closed at 1.82 billion tokens served. Did I have that wrong? Guys, am I crazy? First of all, you can't even see my screen, so why am I talking about this? He posted that there was 1.82 billion tokens. Oh, that's just for today. Holy shit. That's a lot of tokens to be served out of max out of people's houses. That's 17 billion tokens on this network overall, and 1.82 billion of those tokens were just served today. I mean, if you look at this chart, this is like 500 requests per second coming in to the Dark Bloom network. Probably a lot of, I mean, you can serve requests directly to Dark Bloom. You don't have to go through Open Router. If you're running Dark Bloom on your machine, you can also use your own machine to do AI inferencing without having to pay yourself. So you get to use your own machine for free, and it just runs all of their stuff. But yeah, this 500, they're doing about 500 requests a second. GPT says 20 billion. It says Gemma's on here, but I don't know if I believe that. If there's any requests actually coming in for it, who knows? But if you look, like these old models they had on here, so they actually used to run Quen 3.5 27B. And you know it's not even listed on here is the Minimax model that they were running before. I made some good money off that Minimax model. I think like the first month I made like $20 off that Minimax model. Which I guess I'm actually making more now if I'm doing $1.50 a day. But still, that's pretty good for like, they didn't have any traffic on the network. It was like requests would just slowly trickle in. Now they got like 400, 500 requests a second coming in. So, and that's just for this model. Holy cow. All right, so you can see there's a lot of M3 Ultras on the network right now. Wow, there's a lot of them. Are these all 512 gig machines? What in the world? Yo, someone with like an M3 Ultra data center must have come online. So when I started this, I think I was the only one with an M3 Ultra. Maybe there's like two. There was definitely some that only had 256 gigs of RAM, not 512 version. There's a lot now. I bet you would have. So if you ever look at a lot of these YouTubers, they got a stack of 4 M3 Ultras to review. And I think Apple let them keep them, which is pretty sick because those were like 10 grand a pop. Actually, the ones that they were given were probably worth more, honestly. So yeah, if a few of those guys plugged in 4 of them, then that would mean, that would make up what these are. Or just random people who bought them, plugged them in. So anyway, yeah, those machines are cooking pretty good. And then you can see that like there's people here that just like have Apple MacBook Pros or something that are running. Look, there's an Apple M1 Max. So the M1 is still serving requests today, still making money. It looks like, yeah, there's some with 24 gigs of RAM still serving models. That's an M5 Pro though. Let's see, we have like an M1. There's an M1 Pro with 32 gigs of RAM. There's another one here. So yeah, I mean, if you have an old like M1 laptop with 32 gigs, I think the original M1 had 16 gigs. That probably isn't enough. Maybe it had 8 gigs. Nah, I'm betting it had 16. Probably had 16. I don't know. I don't remember. So anyway, you can see all the machines that are on the network. You can see how many tokens they're producing, how many requests, how many GPUs they have. I mean, if you take like the collective stats of this entire network, it's really impressive. 132,000 gigabytes per second bandwidth. Like if you're running that in your house, like, dude, you could run some like OpenAI 4 trillion parameter models or something, like, no problem. 10,337 GPU cores are currently on the network. 27,000 gigabytes of RAM. It's 27 terabytes of RAM are on this network right now. 45.3 kilowatts of power. That's a lot. Is that a lot of power? See, the thing is, the Apple machines are really efficient. If you look at like a single NVIDIA GPU that you're going to run, you're probably going to run it at like between 250 and 450 watts for one. Chances are most people are probably running 4. So you're probably using 2,000 watts. That's 2 kilowatts of power. This entire network is only 4 kilowatts of power. 45 kilowatts. So, and that's for 295 machines that are online. That's really efficient. Like really, really efficient. Anyway, I think it's pretty cool. If you got a Mac, throw it on there. Earn yourself a little money maybe. If your power is cheap enough. Otherwise, you'll just be paying for the power. If you have solar panels, go do that. If you want to buy some solar panels and you want to chat about it, drop a comment in the chat, message me on X, whatever you want to do, we'll chat. I'll point you in the right direction. Go from there. All right, let's get back to our AI. Let's see what it's been doing. You guys remember what we were told to do? Oh yeah, we want Solace to be able to disable their landing page. So we told it to do that, and it seems like it did some other stuff too. Okay, so it's writing tests for various things. Updated the front end code, which this is using Inertia.js, React, Inertia React. And Inertia Rails. Okay, so what is this though? Oh, it added a new param here, so it updated this. Okay. So it's basically saving the public purchase page enabled state now in the schema. Then because it did that, we got a schema drift. So it's checking for pending migrations because it needs to like populate migrations, because we do this thing where we mount an engine inside of an app. And in fact, our engine, our license app engine, is in fact mounting the foundation engine, which comes with its own schemas. And when you install migrations into an app, you have to install all of the engine's migrations up into the eventual app as well. So I have these scripts in here to make sure that the agent never forgets to mount them all. So it looks for a schema drift, which is basically what this is. Goal comes out tomorrow. I'm excited. I've heard great things. I'm hoping that it's so good that we just crank the rest of our features out and we're good to go. Because I really want to go work on my macOS app. And that's the whole reason we built this in the first place. Guys, there's so much I want to do. I want to try some of these new models out. I just don't have time. Although I'm not just sitting here. Like, I'm actually working on some other stuff. I just don't want to, like, give you guys whiplash of all the projects I got going. So, as soon as we get some time, we'll do a bunch of stuff. I do need to get Hermes Agent probably set up and play with that. Here, it's really awesome. I just got so burned out from OpenClaw constantly changing and breaking all the time. I just decided to stay away from that kind of stuff for a while. Okay. How goes this? Okay, so we have the landing page toggle done. Let's basically turn that off. Okay, we toggle it, we're doing that. Allow users to pay with licenses for pre-purchase credits. We already did that. Like, we went through that whole thing. Allow users to have reoccurring payments and we deduct credit for each transaction. We did that too earlier. Let's go move these up because we already did these things. We definitely also need to make sure that they're able to download the app after purchasing it. Pretty sure we did this. Let me just ask it to make sure. I'm pretty sure we have this though. I'm pretty sure we have this thing already. Can you just double check to see if it's in here? Let's see what else we got. Make it so that releases can be rolled out to some percentage of users. To do that, we can bucket users into different AppCast URLs. I don't know that I ever gave the agent this one, though. So we should probably do that one. It comes back with this. I don't know about you guys, but I'm really looking forward to the new Dune movie, Part 3. It's going to be awesome, I hope. Okay, so let's keep going. It checked partially exists, but not the buyer-facing part you described. Oh, it's a good thing we checked. Current release app download plumbing exists through smartphone appcast. It resolves either the public archive URL or the license gate URL. They should both be gated. I have to double check on that. What does not exist? Initial issued license email does not include an app download link. Only includes the license key and says they can manage activations in the portal. Buyer license portal does not show the current release download. Oh, so maybe we didn't do that. Good thing I checked. Okay, we definitely need to implement these things. The link that we send out in the email should probably not be the raw link to the download. Instead, it should be a link from license.dev, And then when they request that, we do a 302 redirect to the real one. Just gotta add that to our dictionary. Let's go add it. Does that make sense? That way they're not like getting an email from us in our domain and then we have a link in our email to a different domain. We should just put the link in there that will like redirect them to the correct one that they've entered in as the download release URL. Now I'm wondering though, like when you package a macOS app, you sign it, is there a different release for an initial download? Like, is that drive release different? Yes. Don't make any changes yet, but I want you to also go look at this page because what I'm trying to figure out is when we create a macOS app and we do all like the signing and stuff that it says on this page, is there like a different release for say an initial app install than there is from like an update? Or is this DMG like release the same thing and they can use that for doing initial install as well as doing an update? Whoa, 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 whoa. I hate it when it does that. For whatever reason, this transcription thing like sometimes copies the entire prompt to my keyboard, sometimes it doesn't. Clipboard. So I think we also just want to make sure that however we do this or we give the instructions, the updates don't require the user to like do the drag into the drive thing every time and like eject the update, because that would be super annoying. So I don't know if like maybe we need to have it so on the product page the seller can put the initial download URL as well as the release URL if those need to be two separate things. Can you look into this? Maybe search the web, maybe read this page that I gave you and come back and tell me your recommendation, or actually give me the options, assign a score to each option and give me your recommendation. Unfortunately, we're at 79% context and I think it's going to compact because we've been compacting at like 80 something all day for some reason. Let's see what happens. Guessing we're going to need two different binaries. There's two different releases that they're going to have to add URLs for. I mean, I know at least once I've experienced an app update where I constantly had to drag that thing over and it was so annoying. Sparkle Docs, so you can generally reuse the same archive for both website distribution and Sparkle updates. Sparkle supports updates from DMG, Ziptar, AAR, installer packages. For first-time website distribution, Sparkle recommends a notarized developer ID DMG with an application symlink, but that does not mean in-app updates force the user to drag eject every time. Sparkle handles update, download, install from the appcast enclosure. Current repo state. Current release archive needed exists. Sparkle appcast download plenty exists. License, email, and buyer portal do not currently include app download links. So it gives a bunch of options. So it's recommending that we have a separate release and initial download. Route resolves deterministically. Seller selected, use current release. Here to current Sparkle release archive, final archive URL. Why would we have a different installer than an initial one? I'm a little confused why you're recommending option B. Like, can you give me a real world example why a seller would want a different initial first install DMG that is different from the update DMG? Like, why not? Why wouldn't they just be the same thing? It's gonna compact. Watch. I want you to search the web and find me actual like references where people say they're doing this, so I know you're not just making this up. Yeah, so it gave me all this information about why and then revised. And I don't know if that's just because I gave my opinion in the prompt, but I'm having to do some research. Found one from Peter. Okay. Actually, I might go read this article. Here, right? Probably already read this. So I'm just kind of like going through this article that Peter wrote. Just want to, so I think this is he wrote it because it's a sandbox app specifically. This is what I really want to get towards is like, look, if you're a developer and you don't want to host your app with like on our site, that's fine. I mean, you can literally use GitHub as your distribution mechanism. So basically, you have like a GitHub action that will do everything like compile, build, code sign the app and everything. And then it pushes all of that into a public repo and puts the appcast XML in the public repo as well. See? So if we look at this, you'll see this is the appcast for uh, this Vibe Meter product. And that's great. Like if that's what you want to do, then that's great. I don't think we currently force people to use our appcast. Uh, really? I don't know, but I'm definitely going to add that. We want the ability for sellers to disable the appcast XML so that their fallback appcast XML is used. We may also want the ability to have sellers set a appcast.xml redirect so that they can redirect their users to a new appcast XML for future updates. I think that's a valid thing to do. Um, well, that's cool. So he added the ability so people can select whether they want the stable channel or the pre-release channel, and that points them at a different app cast. Should we add that? Yeah. Bro, we're never gonna finish this app. Okay. That's like a nice to have. So I think actually, I'm actually starting to wonder if we even need to host appcast stuff at all. I think it's nice for developers because they might not want to do that. They might not want to go through, set all this stuff up on GitHub, or they may not want their app to be public. Oh, okay. So let's go back to the app. I found a real example, but also found that most example docs point to same artifact is fine. So in 2022, explicitly says it uses zip for Sparkle updates, DMG for website initial downloads. Let's put it to disk. I zip this and put the version file name. Zip is used to distribute Sparkle updates. Then I do not distribute direct app downloads this way because you get all kinds of trouble with gatekeeper path, randomization, and app translocation. Distribution via DMG solved most of these issues, so zip for Sparkle updates only. And to prepare the downloadable DMG for the website, I use drop DMG. So this is a concrete level reason website initial installs use a polished notarized DMG. Avoid app translocation. Guide drag to application. I don't even know what app translocation is. What is app translocation? Okay, so we'll let that answer that question. Sparkle uses a zip update archive because Sparkle installs it, not the user. Counterexample, same DMG for both is also common. Literally, the Sparkle docs apparently say Sparkle supports updating the DMG, zip archives, tarballs, Apple archives, installer packages, so you can generally reuse the same archive for distribution of your app on your website as well as Sparkle updates. App translocation is a macOS gatekeeper security feature called gatekeeper path randomization. When a user downloads an app from the internet and runs it directly, especially from downloads or an unzipped archive, macOS may not run the app from its visible location. Instead, it silently launches a copy from a randomized read-only temporary path. Like, okay, yeah, I've definitely seen this before. So I'm confused. If we use a DMG for the updates, does that mean that the user is going to have to manually drag and drop it every time and unmount the DMG, or does Sparkle handle that for us when it does the update? Oh boy, still, still not answering the question. No, if Sparkle is doing the update, the user does not manually drag and drop or unmount the DMG. Enclosure URL DMG. Sparkle downloads the DMG. Sparkle verifies the signature. Sparkle mounts, reads, extracts the app from it. Sparkle replaces the installed app. Sparkle cleans up after. Great. The DMG needs to be built correctly for Sparkle. It should contain the app with the same app bundle identity be signed to the Sparkle update and code sign notarized appropriate. Okay. Okay, so I think we should just go with the using the DMG for both. So then now that we know we're going to use the DMG for both, should I go all the way back? I don't even remember what we told it to do. But now we know we're just going to use the DMG for both. So I'm just going to give it that, and hopefully it extracts what we need to do. Oh shoot, what was the other things it needed to implement? This one right here. Okay, so let's do this. I honestly do not remember, but I feel like there was something else we needed to implement with this, which was like the 302 liter X or something. My compaction does not have the old. Can't get it. Oh, it does. Okay, so oh, it actually prints out the old caption. That's kind of cool. I didn't even know we could do that. Yeah, I should probably move this over so you guys can see what I should do. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on? Things like gone off the rails here. Be resizing the window fire resize update. Nope, that didn't solve it. Uh-oh. Oh, we might be in trouble. We did this control O thing. We, it's gonna kill it. This is annoying. Oh, it doesn't want to stop. Oh no. Okay, before you go any further, I want you to create a goal for this. Like, make sure that we make the edits, make sure that the uh, specs are updated. Also, as part of the goal, you should validate and run the tests and add tests, all the usual goal things. We did check, and someone else on X was saying they're running into this issue with this output like this today. So it's not just me. You think this is so broken? Like, if we can't get this Pi stuff fixed, I'm switching off of Pi tomorrow for the new Soul stuff. Like, I'll go back to using the Codex CLI, which would kind of suck because I have tuned this thing so much. Like, we have our work tree guard. I don't know, maybe I'll give Oh My Pie a chance or something. I never really tried it. We're using 550 watts of power in this fan right now. That's a lot. Most people live in vans start freaking out when they're like at 100 watts. Like I remember when the original Starlink was using like 100 watts of power, and everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, I can only run my Starlink for like 4 hours." I'd be a little bit more worried if I knew the sun wasn't gonna come up tomorrow. I didn't know the sun was gonna come up tomorrow. Quickly charge our batteries back up. Definitely. Portal exposes download link to verified zero licenses. guess we did have download analytics. I guess that could be useful because it's like if you open up the app to only like 5% of your users, you might want to know how many users have actually downloaded. The thing is, people are going to already have their own analytics, so I don't really super love that. I might remove it. I might remove that. So is it working on right now? Fire currently set down. I know this goal feature is for the AI, but I use it to remember what the AI is working on. Okay, commit all changes and push them up. So while it does that, let's go review our. So we said app after purchasing it. We added all that kind of stuff. This is our next one that we wanted to do. But I think maybe this one would be better for them to do right now. Yeah, if they just worked on something like this. So, Basically, this is like if the seller's using our appcast XML and then they want to stop using our platform, but they want to redirect old users that are pointing to us, they can use this to point users at the new appcast XML. I know we have the fallback one too, but I want to add this as well. I want you to add this in, make it sure it's in a spec before you do any implementation. Then I want you to make sure you have tests for this and that the tests are passing. And all of this needs to be part of a goal. Oh, wait, maybe we don't have fallback URL. I think I didn't add this yet. So let's add that into here. Okay. So it's gonna work on this one. Let's move this up here. And then we also are having it move this one. So let's move that here. Those are kind of like the same thing. And then I think let's do this while we're at it, since it's all just working on the appcast stuff. So we'll do this goal as well. Just to reiterate again, I want you to create specs for these things or update existing specs. Then I want you to create a goal for this work. Make sure the goal includes the details of the work that needs to be done. Uh, Make sure the goal includes writing tests, and the goal should not be marked complete until we have proof that the tests are all passing and everything is working correctly. All right, these are like 3 different things that I want to do, but they're all related to this appcast stuff. So I'm just gonna have it do it all at the same time. Hopefully it works. Okay, so while it does that, let's go on to stuff. Oh, that's something we definitely need to do. So the last thing in here is like this. I want to basically get the offline mode activation flow into the demo app so that the developers can like try out offline activation. And by having the AI put it in the app and exercise it, it exercises that code path to make sure it's working, which is important. Okay, so we are currently at 8 hours and 20 minutes on this live stream. I think our last record is like 9 hours and some seconds. Don't think I'm going to make that today. I think I'm going to end this after the AI finishes this last set of goals that I just gave it. So I really want to burn this context window, and I really want to burn my weekly usage down. Um, I have this like sneaking suspicion that they broke something today and they're going to reset the limits. I also have a sneaking suspicion that because Soul's coming out tomorrow, they're going to reset. So I want to get as much done as I can right now. Should probably just enable fast mode, honestly. But I don't think it's been working. Like we're at 40.5 tokens right now per second. And when we had fast mode on, we were doing 28. So I kind of just don't want to touch it, you know? If you haven't already, make sure you go like these videos, subscribe on YouTube. I'm posting them on X, on YouTube, and on Twitch at Zayden Ryan. Same username on all three platforms. You'll definitely help me out if you go subscribe to the YouTube, though. Very much appreciate that. And you'll be able to keep up with the updates that are coming out. I know these videos are like super long. So go subscribe. And I think what I might even do is put like a summary video, because AI is getting really good at nowadays at like clipping videos. And so I might be able to get it to clip an entire summary, like a 60-second update to distill the 9 hours down. That would be pretty cool. And if there doesn't exist, that might end up being one of our products that we build. But I'm sure it already exists. I'm sure it does. Now, guys, this thing is taking a very long time to do this few things that I gave it. We might actually hit the 9 hour mark. That's insane. I'm definitely done after this thing comes back with these things. Yeah, I turned the music off too a while ago. Just silence. Doing a review. See what it comes up with. All right, as soon as it finishes this, we are done with this stream. For sure. Sure. Let's get the music going. We're getting up again here. Yeah, 27% left. What the heck is that? I don't even know a proxy. Why is there a proxy? Holy smokes, 9 hours and 4 minutes. We beat our record streaming time. Let's go. And I think the agent is done with the features that I requested, and we're going to test them out on the next stream tomorrow. Stay tuned for day 10, right? It's day 9 round. Day 10. Oh my gosh, we're already on day 10. Where's the gold balls? Okay, you can wait for the PR actions, but don't merge the PR in yet. All right. Ah. All right, friends, it looks like it's done. On day 10, we're going to go test these features out. I'm going to check them off right now because these are the ones we gave to it. Now we're going to go like this. Test the features above. Agent said. And with that, I would say today was a success. May the tokens be ever in your favor. For some reason today they were in ours and we got a lot more done. Let's go. See y'all next time.